think someone from the government team mentioned this, that the stockpiles that are at the landfill, that they're going to have problems putting that in the incinerator because of contamination. It was said here, not by me, but it was said here. So I think we need to face that reality that that may be problematic. Now, it could, okay. I'm just saying, looking forward.
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you so much, I don't really want to go over my time, but there's a big difference with the stockpile in St. Croix versus the stockpile in St. Thomas. And just for the listening public out there, any senator could submit amendments. So if there are additional amendments that you have, and I think you have a proponent that has been trying to draft some of your stuff, you need to give the amendments to that particular proponent and let them bring the amendments and let the body decide and vote it up or down. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Valley.
Mr. Chairman, finish on your time.
You know, one of the things is, complete your thought, Ms. Henry.
I was going to say that in reference to the great Senator Valley, his important point about on St. Croix with the picture that it's full. We definitely identified land on St. Croix that was more than what we needed to do composting on St. Croix. So the land on St. Croix is not an issue or a problem. We can start composting on St. Croix with the GO technology. It's not, land is not an issue on St. Croix. That was identified.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Very brief. Yes, I'll be very brief. Commissioner Oriel, in your letter, you mentioned that St. Croix had about 3 years of airspace remaining and St. Thomas had about 7. So would you say that it's more urgent, the situation is more urgent on St. Croix?
If you're looking at it from just an airspace capacity issue, Senator, yes. But as an emergency management response, overall, like, it needs to be consistent, because one of the things that if a storm were to hit and we're going to ask FEMA for assistance, then we need to have what the response is in our plan already and worked out so that we just execute once a disaster is declared. So it can't be different for both or still deciding. We need to come to a resolution as to what that particular response is going to be, so that now we engage, this is what we want as soon as the disaster is declared.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I wanted to get from you, Mr. Griffith, if we are to look at making amendments to this bill with a certain time frame, having that flexibility, because I don't want us to have to be burning all the time. What would you say would be that common ground area, and then to have this intermittent burning? Because the stockpile in St. Thomas is already contaminated. It's not virgin or clear green waste. It has some other contaminants in it as well. What would you recommend as a time frame to utilize the ACI in St. Thomas?
I think we'd have to piggyback on what Dr. Guannel said from UVI in terms of the wind monitors, to have them in place, especially to those periods he mentioned from July to August, where the wind isn't blowing as much, so that you'll feel the impacts on the neighboring communities more. But we should just have it as an everyday practice where we look at that wind monitor, and if that wind monitor doesn't hit the correct number, we cannot burn. And burning should not be our first option. This shouldn't be like we're going to burn first before we mulch, and before we do everything else. We have a stockpile that we have to get rid of. That's understandable, but we have to incorporate all of the other technologies. Composting, I knew when I looked at it, my first knee-jerk reaction was, this costs a lot of money. It was over $10 million. So I would say we have to incorporate all of those things, but you can't put all of those things into your law we're going to have to give you at Waste Management also our policy and our procedures for getting this done. Because you don't want to write a 20-page law on just air curtain burning. So let's make sure that our policy and procedures are in compliance with what you want to get done in the overall picture. But you can't put everything in. It's going to have to be this is a complex situation, unfortunately, where there is no good solution because no one wants to burn. But the reality is we have to do something because the communities are going to be at risk either with uncontrolled fires that we've been having or controlled burns that we're proposing.
Thank you for your response, but I know the landfill is on fire all the time. It has
All
never
the time.
It's on fire all the time. Thank you so much.
You know, before we go to Senator Francis Heiliger, the one thing I'll say today is this is a result of when we continuously kick the can down the road.
Correct.
And don't take things head on. 18 to 20 years ago, I wasn't too young. I remember the same conversation.
Wow.
Composting and turning waste into energy. That would eliminate a lot of this conversation we haven't had today. We'd have been addressing it, we'd have had more technology in place. And again, we always continue kicking the can down the road. We're going to leave it for the next man to address. Senator Francis, sorry.
Yes.
Deputy Chief?
Hello, good afternoon. Magabi Calix, Deputy Chief of Operations for the island of St. John. I just need to put this on the record so everybody could have a good understanding of the situation that we are presently facing. I listened to a lot of yeas and nays. I listened to a lot of private conversations. I've sat here for a minute just listening. And from September 19, 2023 to October 3rd, 2023, I had the pleasure of being the incident commander for the Buvoni fire. We dumped 1.5 million gallons of water on this fire. That's water that WAPA doesn't get paid for. We brought trucks from St. Croix to help us in this fire. We paid almost every water hauler on the island. We threw everything at our disposal. We sent for helicopters from Puerto Rico. We cannot continue doing nothing. Inaction is not an option for us. Everybody's talking about environmental, this and that. The responders are coming to take care of these emergencies. We need y'all support. Okay? When we take our responders from doing the work of the community, protecting life, protecting property, to go and protect garbage, there is nothing that this community gets from that. We are protecting garbage. Okay? We could take those resources and put them where we really need them, which is protecting our sick, protecting our elderly, protecting people who need transportation to and from the hospitals, responding to fire emergencies, car crashes, wrecks. 21 days of 14 to 16 hour operations on the dump. And that's from whatever the situation was with legislation or whatever else that caused us to be wherever we are here. We need to come up with a solution. Talking ain't getting nothing done. We need action. Because when we get called to action, we going to throw everything plus the kitchen sink at it. So anybody that could hear what I'm saying, we don't have time to be debating back and forth as to what needs to be done. We need to do something. And that's what I need to put on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Really this time? Good afternoon to my colleagues, the people of the territory, the testifiers. I've listened. One of the reasons why this even happened today, this committee, because I, along with a couple of my colleagues, fought vehemently so that the residents in that area could have a voice today. Along with me making decisions, I thought it was important that I also hear from DPNR. Those are my two major stances why I thought this needed to happen today. And as a representative, I have to find a happy balance between the two where I understand what residents are saying, but I also have to understand what the needs overall of the public is we need to get done. I wouldn't categorize what the fire department was doing as protecting garbage. What we were attempting to do is protect lives, because if those fires ever got out of control, we could have potentially be putting people's lives at risk. So that is what you are actually protecting, human life, not the trash. Now, we touched a little bit on waste to energy. I've been in this institution since 1999. And I remember when Alpine came up years ago. And at the time, it wasn't a situation that we were not looking to potentially burn the energy and burn the trash and turn it into energy. The issue that came up was, number one, the cost, as well as the other issue had to do with our inability to produce the amount of trash needed consistently in order to produce this energy. And they were speaking about us now having to do tan bush. And I have a good memory. I've been here 20-some years. And that was the reason why Alpine wasn't looked upon again at the time. I'm not sure if it's something we'll look at in the future, but that's the reason why that one got laid to rest. What I will say to you is, from what I'm hearing here today, the green waste in St. Croix versus the green waste in St. Thomas. Number one, I understand the difference between the 7-year and the 3-year window for each island. What I want to understand is if we are attempting to push this forward in a rush because we need to get it done, because whatever we decide here today in the next couple of days, weeks or whatever, it still has months in order if these things are purchased for them to even be built, put together. So it'll still be months from now before they even potentially would arrive in this territory.
Correct.
So what I'm trying to find out, how would this solve the issue of the existing green waste that we have in the two locations if we are hearing that it's already compromised? Because would we be starting anew from green waste forward, especially in the district of St. Thomas, St. John, because we don't have anything here, but I'm concerned about what would happen in St. Croix. Is that pile of green waste already compromised that it can't be burned? And if that's the case, how do we still turn around and resolve that problem? Because our brothers and sisters in St. Croix need a solution ASAP. And I can't afford to have us here battling back and forth without trying to still find a solution to get this done. That's my thought process. So if somebody could explain to me whether we get these things in 4 months, would it affect the existing piles that clearly, based on what is being shared, well, this is already contaminated? Anyone is available to answer that? Waste management? Yes.
Bruni, Chief Engineer for Waste Management. The piles on both St. Thomas and St. Croix are separated. For example, on St. Croix, you have piles where when the green waste comes in, it's separated from debris and other contaminants. So it's easy based upon the level of decomposition right now for us to go back in, resort it, and take out what has been decomposed already versus the items that's on top.
So you're telling me your suggestion is waste that has been sitting there potentially for years to go send humans in to resort it?
What,
Explain, because I need to understand this part.
the green waste, when it comes in, it's stored in a totally different location.
Okay.
It's not mixed in with household waste.
Okay.
So just through the normal process, the green waste has already begun the decomposition process.
Yes.
Not all of it has been decomposed already. So we can easily go in there, resort it, and take out the material that maybe still, that has not been decomposed as yet, and maybe process it. If you looked at the images that were shown, this is the reason, one of the reasons why we are proposing another alternative, because it takes up so much amount of land space in order to do the mulching or the grinding process. You will mulch it, and I could tell you for one, I have been there 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night, watering and mixing a pile to prevent the fires that is caused from storing of the material in that manner. On St. Thomas, where the fire occurred, that area, I agree, is already compromised or contaminated. I would not run that material through the process.
Okay.
But there are other locations that we have begun to store green waste in a clean manner that we could go in, again, pre-sorted again, just to make sure that there are no contaminants as far as any waste in it, and that could be run through the machine. There's no way, no how we're going to take and run contaminated material through the machine.
Okay, so some is already contaminated, so you would have to the ones that could I wrap up quickly? The piles that are already contaminated, we can't touch those. What would happen to
I would
those
not
piles?
use it in the equipment, but when it comes to maybe cover, for example, because it has broken down so much, I will remix it with material we are using for landfill cover, and then put it on top of the trash for cover. That's a use for that material on that side.
Okay. Well, I just want to wrap up quickly and say this. I think that we have to create a situation where I understand the incinerator. I think we have to do something where it might be utilized in a limited, whether it's not an everyday thing, whether it's once a week, once every 2 weeks. You understand what I'm saying? Because clearly that would alleviate the constant burning, number one. And then number two, that would help with the environment if it's limited. And then once we've gotten to the point where we burned as much as we could burn, we could probably even scale back further, because this initially is to get rid of the bulk that is sitting there. At some point, that bulk is going to disappear. You understand what I'm saying?
Correct.
And it's not going to be something you're doing consistently. So, and also the main thing for me is location, in making sure, like what Commissioner Oriole said, finding something that the wind goes in another direction, that it doesn't go in the neighborhood areas. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, those two are important and that we need to resolve. And if we could get something like that, where it's a happy medium, I think we could come up with a solution. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Quite a discussion. I remember when they started mulching and they saw that nice, rich black soil, all the farmers was very anxious. Wow, so we want that there. When the farmers them get that soil and realize that it wasn't worth nothing, they stopped touching it. Water couldn't even go through it. Because it's still green, although it turned brown. The process to grind it up doesn't make it good soil. It's looking brown, but it's very dense soil that water don't even penetrate. And I could tell you because my brother as a farmer went and get a couple pile of it. And when he realized that it was nothing, he had to leave it. It takes a long time for that soil to be used for the farmers, because you got to be able to turn it. Keep turning it. Who has that kind of funding to do that? Nobody. What I want to ask waste management is, what's the average daily volume of green waste received at each landfill at this time?
Say, what do you have?
In St. Croix, it's 60 tons, and then in St. Thomas, it's 20 daily.
But right now you don't accept nothing in St. Thomas right now as we speak. Am I right to say that?
I don't even know if I should say that.
If you public
Public Works have to do cleanups. Public
You
Works.
can't accept it. It is what it is.
No,
So just tell
but
me.
no, I'm saying Public Work has to do certain cleanups like cemeteries and stuff like that, and we will allow them to bring it in to the landfill.
But then you're saying that the average citizen who have a yard with a bunch of coconut mango trees, when they clean it, they gotta find the next place to do it, right? Because you're not accepting that.
That is correct.
And there lies our situation here. As much as we're saying on the island of St. Thomas, we want to do this burning, people dumping it right over the side of the rail because they don't have to get rid of it. It doesn't take a storm if you have fruit trees in your yard to have to clean up your yard. You have to cut your coconut tree them back. You got to cut your mango tree from touching the ground. Anybody that have a bunch of plants, fruit trees in the yard, does that daily. And I could contest to that because just about every month I have to carry green waste to Anguilla landfill. 9 coconut trees, 5 mango trees, 3 avocado trees, a whole stockpile of banana and plantain and all of that stuff. And that's a regular task. If I can't get up to the landfill, then you want to tell me I'm going to start doing burning in my yard? Once again, my yard now going to come a mess. And we can't just continue, you know. I want to applaud, I think it's the deputy chief that said, we got to do something and we got to do it now. Because every day that we sit, ain't getting no better. When we don't pass this measure now and we say, well, we got time, that's not true. And I keep saying to y'all, know, if that pile on St. Croix ever catch, nobody gonna leave that airport, not even an emergency case. And we airlifting people regular, just about every day. And you talking about if that pile catch on fire, what gonna happen? Let's get serious about this thing. Let's get serious about it. No part in this bill says that you can't still grind. No part in this bill says that you can't still mulch. No part of it. So these opportunities to do different things are still there. So let's not, you know, do this scare tactic, make people think that waste management come to just burn every day, all day. That's not true. That's not true. They're going to still be able to do mulching. And what's the other process you have waste management besides the mulch?
Shredding, grinding.
Shredding. And it's very clear that you're not going to just do burning alone. But with the piles that we have, we're going to have to do some burning to get it done. And we have to let the agency then take a serious role between DP&R, waste management. How much amount of burning we're going to burn per day, per week? But when that landfill in St. Thomas catch on fire, the school had to close down. The people in the neighborhood have to leave the neighborhood because they couldn't even stay in their house. And I want to tell me, I will just sit here now and say no burning. What part of the pollution ain't gonna be as bad? Go ahead, rolling the dice. Continue rolling the dice. Because when they pile up again, it's the same problem. And that's why I say, I tip my hat off to the deputy chief that he might have used a term that we might not like. We were guarding garbage, but he had to try to control it. That's what we were doing. Instead of going to a house fire, instead of going to a car that's caught on fire, all the resources went to the landfill for 21 days. Last week when my family came in here, we had that fire, Anguilla and fire. And the lucky thing, the wind was blowing out to the sea. But it was still coming down on the airport. The employees were wearing masks walking on the airport. And that in the big pile, and they don't know. That's the dump. Let's get serious. We got to make decisions and can't keep rolling the dice. Some say kicking the can. It's rolling the dice saying that, well, it ain't going to catch on fire. All of the Vavoni testifiers that come there, I'll leave our house. I couldn't even stay in our house where that don't catch on fire. I had to go and stay by other neighbors and sleep in other people's house. I know I want to just sit back. I'm ready to make a decision today without fear. I'm ready to make a decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no question, because I know what's going on. I understand this process. I live downwind of Anguilla. And anytime that pile stack up, is me don't feel like that too. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A question to ask.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Good afternoon to our testifiers. I want to start off by asking perhaps Mr. CFO Griffith regarding whether or not the Virgin Islands government, through Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, got $10 million from EPA following Irma Maria for solid waste management.
The EPA grant is through DPNR.
Okay. So that's Commissioner Oreo. Sorry.
So the government of the Virgin Islands received $10 million, $6 million of which is a sub-grant to the Waste Management Authority for the management of solid waste materials. Yes.
Okay. When does that grant expire? How much of that funding was spent?
That grant expires September 30th, 2026.
This September.
I don't know the exact amount of what the expenditure is at this time.
Okay.
And that's the grant we're looking to purchase both the air curtain burners and the horizontal grinders with.
Okay. But we haven't utilized those funds
No,
for this solid waste management plan.
No, that's what it's. That's what it's lying for. So it's at DPNR now. We've sent over the RFPs for their review, and after they give us approval, we put it out for advertisement.
Okay. Do we have a integrated solid waste management plan right now?
It's in the final stages at this time.
Okay. My concern, really, like I mentioned earlier, I think that this tool should be a tool in our tool chest as far as our overall solid waste management. My concern is that the impression that I had gotten before was that this was going to be used as the major mechanisms or our major means for managing our green waste. And from what I'm hearing, it doesn't seem as though that is what is, I guess, the best practice for utilizing something like this. So I wanted to get a sense as to how we would be utilizing it. And like, is it or is that a part of the overall plan? I'm assuming that the mulching and everything else, the mulching and the chipping or the composting and all of that would all be a part, and other diversion strategies will all be a part of a larger plan. But the sense that I am getting is that we don't have that plan, and we're using this green waste ACI strategy as the plan.
No, we actually do have a plan. The problem that exists why the current law needs to be amended is when we get the most green waste is after hurricanes and storms. Right. And that's where we can't burn it. So that's why we're asking for that to be amended so that we can burn it when the volume increases dramatically. I think someone said 20 times the normal amount. So that's what we need to do. But I would ask the legislature, and my team might beat me up for this, but to put safeguards in place that 5 years from now, 10 years, if we're not here, that the waste management we cannot run amok and just go crazy with burning every day.
Okay. So you're comfortable with this bill with safeguards built in, so that when you and JP Oriole and some of these,
So I would have a question for you then, Senate President. So, suppose the Waste Management Authority wanted to move to a complete waste-to-energy system. as a means of handling all solid waste in the territory. And the reason why I say that is because, and I'm glad Senator Francis Heiliger brought up waste to energy and Alpine, right? Mm-hmm. The reason why Alpine was a failed solution is because we thought it was supposed to replace WAPA, or that it was supposed to offset WAPA. We do not generate enough waste in this territory to take over 100 megawatt a day need. Right. But if it's a solid waste management solution and it can generate 200, 300 kilowatts, and it can use that energy that is mined to power the waste treatment plant so that you're not burning fuel, or you use the actual energy derived to run the lights at the office in Bavoni based off of me collecting 60 tons total a day. Is that a positive solution? Because again, it's not there to offset WAPA, it's there to make sure the waste that we generate here in the territory is managed properly and going down. Because 60 years from now, after we've closed Bavoni, where's the third site going to be?
Sure.
It doesn't exist unless we build a new quay offshore and put the garbage over there. Mm-hmm. So I understand all of the safeguards that we're talking about, right? When it comes to incineration, I'm at the appropriate time, whenever I'm going to ask media to just show one video, and I want you guys to see this. But it was a question that came up during the demonstration when we all went up in October.
Sure.
Right? And I want you to see the personnel that are manning these things every day before I make my comments on it.
Absolutely. You can't get mad at citizens in a community who is saying, I am concerned that this new strategy
100%.
that you are implementing may affect the health and safety of myself and my children and my parents.
Absolutely.
You cannot get annoyed when, I'm not saying you.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you, Commissioner.
No. I understand it 100%.
You know, we know Anguilla is burning, right? And we know a lot of things are happening in the community, but that does not mean that we're just going to go with the next solution without scrutinizing it, without vetting it.
Yeah.
And I am saying, based on what I have read, the safeguards, there should be some safeguards or some parameters in place before we just go and implement this new system. It just makes sense. And I think that we ought to be equally as committed to doing some of the other things. Some of the things like the mulching and everything else and the chipping. And the fact that, Commissioner, you said that the mulching is not our solution because you do not, I don't want to misquote you, do not have the customer volume. And you make a valuable point. We do not have the customer volume, and you cite a few hotels and community gardeners, but the DPNR, right? Did you conduct any territory-wide market survey across resorts and landscapers and public works and farmers and regional buyers to support this statement?
No,
Is it more anecdotal than anything else?
So, Senator, what I do recall, and I guess I could do it too, I old enough to remember, right? It's exactly what Senator Johnson talked about. There have been opportunities where certain material was made available. And two things happened. Either people came for it, they didn't like it, or people were waiting for the government to deliver it to them. And so where's the money for that? Yeah. Right? Because they could set aside 5 acres and mulch and create all this material. Right? But it's not the Waste Management Authority's job or responsibility to now have to go and move that material as well to wherever this new customer market is supposed to come from.
I agree. I agree. I'm not telling you to do that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I want us to put as much energy and drive, and I know sometimes, people aren't gonna, people expect you to bring it to them and all of this stuff. But I think that with the right plan and commitment and drive, as part of developing a comprehensive plan for dealing with our waste, using this ACI as one tool in the tool shed, as opposed to that is our solution. And I don't feel comfortable with us going in the direction that this is the fix. I get the sense that that is, we go and we saw this machine and it's efficient and it's effective and that's our solution for our green waste disposal. I'm at a loss as to what to do with the green waste in my yard. I just have it there piling up because the dump isn't accepting it. I'm like, this isn't sustainable, right? So I understand utilizing this instrument as a tool in a modern society for dealing with green waste, but I think we ought to be reasonable in understanding the pushback that you're getting from people whose house can be 2 yards away from the machine. And I think we should be willing and open-minded enough to put in the parameters to make sure that there are some safeguards to at least give me some peace of mind, and my children and my grandchildren and all of that and my parents aren't going to be exposed to, potential hazards. But I know, Mr. Chair, you were more than generous with me for the time. Thank you very much for your flexibility.
Thank you. Media, would you mind playing the video, please?
So if I could just cue this up, this is the Department of Oregon forestry program, and again, they operate the ACI units on a daily basis, right? And I'm glad Senator Potter's last set of comments in terms of what the concerns are, right? And the reason why I mentioned this is because one of the things that we brought up with the manufacturers, right, is we're concerned about the public health aspect of it. Media, you can run the video again. So I want everyone to be very, very mindful of these workers, right? All of them, jacket, have their sweaters on. You know what you're not seeing? No air control monitoring devices on their person, right? And we ask specifically, if you're working in this environment on a day in, day out, whenever you're working in an area that has concerns about what the air quality is, your workers will have monitoring devices attached to and they're monitoring for SO2, H2S, other VOCs, particulate matter, everything. And we asked the manufacturer, hey, we see your personnel out here. There was 4 guys that were operating. None of them had any air monitoring control devices on them. And they said, no, they're not necessary. And the reason why I bring that point up is, again, it's part of educating the public that if the people that are working within a 2-foot distance of these things, where the emissions is happening, and they're not actually wearing these air monitoring controls on their person, right? Because our fire safety guys, they've got to wear them when they go into those fires and those types of things. These guys are working day in and day out around that environment. Not one of them is wearing one of those devices. So I bring that up just to say, again, I understand what the concern is, right? But everybody knows if you walk at Lime Tree and everybody, you see all of those guys, they all got the things on them. And it's walking around. So if there is a concern about what the actual air quality is, then why are these guys who work at the source not required to wear these air monitoring devices? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gittins, you recognize for your point of inquiry?
Thank you. I wanted to ask the Commissioner of DPNR, was this zoning, the current zoning for out Bovoni at Bovoni Landfill?
I believe it's P, Senator, public.
And that includes private residents?
I don't know if there's a specific private residence that would be on a P zoned area, Senator. But the landfills are zone P.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Giddens. Senator Marvin Blyden, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues and to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. Before I go to my line of question, I actually want to thank my colleagues for bringing this bill and having the testifiers here today, because that was critical in this respect, and it shows that to the reason why we had to be this short, because it's showing right now. I also want to thank the firemen who fought that fire at the dump and the landfill. And I want to thank the residents in the Bavoni Nada area, Bolonga area, for their concern and advocating on their own behalf. And finally, I want to thank A9, Boogie and them, who actually work in the landfill every day, and the type of job they are doing to assure that we don't have too much fires, because with all of that debris sitting there, it's just a matter of time, to be honest with you. So I wanted to start with that. Let me ask, though, in respect to the bill, and my colleague, the president, concerned in terms of the residents in that area, I'm going to go to ask two questions, one of health and one to the fire department, in particular Chief Grant, because he's a fire chief and he lives in that area. So I want to hear from him. But before I go there, let me ask A.C. Malloy, in respect to the Department of Health. Since at least 2004, the residents in the Bavoni area have stated that their belief is that there is a disproportionate number of cancer and respiratory ailments cases in that area. Have the Department of Health done any research or assessment in terms of what is causing these ailments for these residents in that area?
Thank you for the question, Senator Blyden. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Health. I don't know if, short answer is I don't know if there's been a specific study related to that, but I can find out and get back to you. However, I do know that there have been boots on the ground operations in the wake of during the Bavoni fire, where we got some information from, we did surveys, door-to-door surveys, and got some information from the residents.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. Chief Grant, let me ask you in respect to this bill. Number one, we know that technologies improve on a daily basis. We have seen the slide. You're a fire chief, and you have also been there with your guys doing the fire. Can you speak from a resident perspective in terms of the new technology, and also can you speak in the terms of the results of the smoke coming toward that area, and what's your take on this new technology, and also with your workers, what that experience like?
Good afternoon, USS Grand Junior, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief. I've been a resident of the Bavoni area for over 50 years. When I heard about the easterly winds, I had to smile because it's a true fact. Unless you have some kind of wind shift, the smoke is not affected in that way. We are not affected directly in that area. I know they did air monitoring testing during and after. So I know many residents was not affected. New technology is key. If we keep on continuing in this motion, we're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. As we know right now, the Bavoni dump has been on fire for over 30 years. A9 has been doing a great job in keeping us limited from where we go. I know a lot of times they don't hear about the fires at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. We headed to the landfill because of this same area, from the car section to now the green waste. And I believe in this air curtain, because if we don't move on it, we're going to stay with a problem. And I heard about people talking about if we're going to burn every day, if you're going to burn twice a week. if you're going to burn, you're going to burn. You know what I'm saying? So if it's going to affect you one day compared to 5 days, where are we going? You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying if we don't acknowledge that we live on an island, we ain't got no help to get, and we ain't got no place for this green waste to go, we have to make a decision, and the decision is no. For my men and women on an everyday basis, like I say, you heard colleagues talk about resources. We nearly lost personnel to sickness, equipment, being out there for 20-odd days. We're talking about paying bills of millions of dollars to carriers and whatever else for a reason that I don't think that we should have been in there from the beginning, because we didn't handle the green waste. But I said that we had no other place to put it. We're talking about a mountain of green waste, which is still burning to this day. And when the day come for us to actually make a move on it, and we open it up, like you heard, we will have a problem. It's a guarantee. So I don't know how the people of the Virgin Islands feel, but me as a person of fire service for 25 years, and we've been battling the dump for my whole career, it's a time that like this, and when you're bringing professionals to speak on topics and people don't acknowledge it, that we, the professionals, have a say, that's a problem. You have people that did research. You have people that visited these sites. When you just saw the video with the PPEs limited, nobody wearing a mask, that's big time. If you don't have to wear a mask around this machine, that's major, compared to what we don't have to do when we even go into the simplest of fires. We don't have full PPEs, SCBA, the whole nine. These personnel wearing very limited PPEs, and they're functioning on a daily basis. So I'm saying we need to wake up and realize that the time is now, because green waste happening every day, ain't going no place. And like you said, we have no alternative sites to put this green waste. And if we ain't gonna act on it, I don't know what we plan to do. So I'm saying, as a resident, and of course, the chief of fire service, I speaking from both angles. My mother lived in Bovoni for all her life. For all my life. And the other residents, like I say, is very limited. I ain't gonna come here to go against it with my mother who's 88 years. So I know what I'm speaking of. Yes, we do have our, little smoke here and there, and we'll have daily basis. What my thing is, if you could have a charcoal grill, or you could have a big truck passing, you could accept this piece of equipment. Because the carcinogens and things that you get from charcoal, people don't even respect it because they don't know. You figure it's cool. We smoking, we taking it in every day. And we don't realize the effect. So like I said, going back to the part of when you're bringing people to testify or speak on a topic, we have to respect it. And that's the key thing here. And else we're going to just keep on going back and forth.
Excuse me, Senator, may I add to that, please?
Let me find.
Very good. Sorry.
Thank you. And in closing, Mr. Chair, let me just state in respect to the green waste that's in the landfill, and as a resident of the St. Thomas district also, this is a problem because even in the north side area now, you're seeing pile of debris, not in the bush, along the side of the road. Along the side of the road, they're putting it right now, truckloads, not no label of debris. And I took some pictures, but I say I'm not going to even put it up there because it don't matter. It's a fact. But my thing is, yes, it's a problem. Yes. In respect to waste management, I have one question for them right quick. The amount of debris in the landfill right now that we have, that's sitting there since the hurricane. About how much tons do we have right now sitting at the landfill in both districts?
Between 650 to 700,000 tons.
Say that again?
Of green waste. 650,000 to about 700,000 tons of green waste.
And using all technologies to include mulching, composting. If we have to get rid of those green waste, how long will it take?
We never consider.
How long will it take? Estimated?
Not sure, but it depends on the technology that we use and which type of technology that we use.
So time is of the essence, colleagues. So that's all I'm saying. So we must find a solution one way or the next. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I believe Ms. Blyden wants to say something, but thank you so much.
Ms. Blyden?
Yes, I'll be very brief. Thank you so much. I wanted to say that I understand Mr. Grant, like me, has lived in the community for quite a while. And I do not think that the problem is one that all of us have to own, but you cannot tell a man what his pain is. You don't know when someone gets up every morning and smell the landfill. They smell smoke. It may not be a big fire, but people have different allergies and sensitivities. We want to be part of the solution. So we're not here to make excuses or to just hammer on people, but we do need it to be recognized that had Bovoni not come out and communicated, okay, it is very unlikely that there would be engagement. So we are here now to be engaged because nothing will happen for us without us. And we just want all to be on notice that we need to be included and we need to be communicated with.
Ms. Blyden, I'll say this to you that I'm glad you came out, but some amendments was being put in place even before. But now that we have the full balance, even better. You know what I mean? I'll give you that 100%. Now that we have the balance.
We appreciate the
right? That you're able to give your input. Ms. Henry, you know, she kept at it. I've been in communication with Commissioner Oriel. He went Hawaii and he answered my call. You know, Mr. Grant, he could tell you. I'm going to continue saying this on the administrator. I was all over. In the areas where the roadside crews could get away with it, they throwing it over the guardrail. Let's not squat around it. Like greenways going on the landfill every day now. In garbage bags.
Correct.
Separation of waste.
In garbage bags still.
Clear bags. Clear bags.
No. They got black garbage bags, they got green garbage bags, they got all you can't see through. But what I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make is, we have to try to address it. And the reason why people are not loading a truck and sending it out to the regular way they used to is because the landfill is closed from accepting the green waste. When the landfill was over, people was trucking that green waste in every day. Right?
That's correct.
You don't have to believe me.
Oh, no,
But take a leisurely drive out in the night. You'll see people down by the Conquer and been hustling it in the big garbage pan them.
Of course.
So we could stay today and not act like it ain't happening, but it's happening. But again, it is something that we have to address. It is something we have to address. And the one good thing I'm liking about this conversation so far is, it ain't so like we have a hard no. It's not like we have a little compromise in there. And that's the part I like in so far. Senator, get in and recognized for your 4 minutes.
Gotta get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like a little more than 4 minutes like everybody else. But I first want to thank the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Department of Health, the Waste Management Authority, and all the other testifiers here today. I also want to salute the Virgin Islands Fire Service and Emergency Medical Technicians for all they do for our community on a daily basis. But colleagues and people of the Virgin Islands, I want to remind you all of what I constantly speak about. That's the 5 P's.
Procrastination.
Prior planning prevents poor performance. And I want to veer away a little bit to draw reference to the long lines that we're seeing at the St. Thomas Airport. These long lines that we're seeing shows us exactly what happens when growth outspaces our planning. And as we continue to increase flights without preparing for passenger volume, we create avoidable problems. Here we are today now discussing the disposal of green waste. And the same principle applies. The same principles. If we don't plan now, we'll be forced to react later. And at what cost?
But we are reacting.
And with fewer options. We just heard from my two good buddies there from the VI Fire Service. For a minute, I thought they didn't have a mouth today or a voice today. But I was so happy when I heard them come on the record. Just think back about when our firefighters and other emergency personnel were out at that landfill for 20 plus days. Think about what my colleague from Frederick spoke about, that if we were to get shut down here at the St. Croix airport, what would happen? How would we get people off this island? And speaking directly to all those air ambulance flights that's going out of this territory. Something must be done. And it really appears that everybody on both sides did some homework, because I like the discussion as the chairman just stated. But again, at some point, we have to do something. People are rightfully worried about air quality and the long-term health effects. But again, we must come up with solutions. So I wanted to ask probably waste management, what specific pollutants will be generated by the proposed incineration technology? And how will emissions be monitored, limited, and transparently reported to the public over time?
Brony, Chief Engineer. As discussed earlier, we plan to have air monitoring devices around the area where the air curtain is supposed to be installed. As far as over time, there are different technologies that we plan to use.
Brony, bring the mic closer to you.
As far as over time, there are different technologies that we plan to implement throughout the process that would allow us to not utilize the air curtain burners solely as the only source of addressing the green waste issue.
And I could add some detail to that too, Senator, if I may. So
sure.
For the last couple of years, actually, DPNR has been in consultation with UVI. We are looking to execute an agreement with them where DPNR would provide them a little over $3 million to establish an air quality monitoring network across the territory. Bavoni, for example, was one of the key sites, particularly because of the landfill. The issue, we have not finalized the agreement because we want to monitor more than just particulate matter. PM is the most common, from emissions, but we feel that across the territory there's also areas where we can do a little bit more in-depth monitoring, particularly for chemical contaminants, which makes the equipment and sourcing a little bit more expensive. So we haven't finalized that. I would say that we're probably 80 to 85%. But no, I have to actually see if the PI on the UVI side is still available. But it is something that we are looking to do. We've had this money for quite some time and trying to execute this, and so that we can have a more robust network for air monitoring across the territory.
Thank you for your response. May I close out here, Mr. Chair?
Complete your thoughts on it, again.
So while I certainly to have concerns about the air pollution, we're at a point that if we do not do controlled burns, then we risk, or we continue to risk, the number of uncontrolled burning that we're seeing, the fires at both our landfills. Now, when our landfills catch fire, we are burning every toxic substance imaginable, and area residents, firefighters, and landfill personnel are all put at extreme risk, sometimes for days. That brings me back to, as waste management, how do we assure the improper materials are not burned in the incinerators?
Again, we will do sorting. As I stated earlier, we will get the permit from DPNR, and then we have to also submit the SOP, the standard operating procedure, and the employees will be trained, and we will do sorting.
So I have another thing to add to that, Senator. So when we were contemplating as part of this for the Emergency Management Council, especially as a response to storms, again, the quality of the material is what should dictate the contract. And so one of the key things that we're looking to enter into is that if we were to enter into a contract for debris management following a storm, that the vendor could actually void their truckload if they mix the material. So the incentive is to make sure that they're taking green waste and only green waste, or else you don't get paid for that truckload pursuant to the contract.
That's excellent.
Thank you for that response. Again, colleagues, whether it's the ACIs or another path forward, priority must be finding solutions. Again, lastly, prior planning prevents poor performance. This is a solution before us. Let's handle this on behalf of our residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Oriol.
Senator Lewis.
1 second, A.C. Malloy. Commissioner Oriol. And switching you to your DPNR hat, your waste management hat, along with CFO. In the planning, we talk about 2 horizontal mulchers, and we talk about 2 ACIs, right? What is the, well, let me just be straight. What is the plan for St. John?
So, St. John right now is a
it's costly to keep trucking away from St. John to St. Thomas.
So,
yeah, we transfer everything from St. John to St. Thomas. So that's what happens now. So that's what we dispose. We'll use the grinders and the ACIs over there.
So we can have one on standby there.
They keep saying 2.
The hurricanes don't just hit St. Thomas and St. John. St. Thomas and St. Croix. I'm just asking.
What do you guys think
if we have, not what they feel about it, like, tell me what I feel.
One of the units that we're purchasing is a roll-off component. We could always put it on a roll-off truck and transport it to St. John.
So they are mobile, Senator. Like you can have mobile options for them.
Yes.
And again, if we're gonna put safeguards that it can't be continuous in operation, then on a week or so, 2 weeks that it won't be in operation in St. Thomas, they could roll it to St. John if they have the proper location.
If we have funding, it don't have to be utilized this year because the grant is a continuous grant.
No.
They
gotta spend. We need to spend the money this year.
Well, this technology have a smaller unit too. There's a larger one, a 40-foot. The one.
Yeah, there are multiple sizes.
Multiple
sizes.
Right?
Everything.
So I'm saying the one we're looking for St. Thomas is what size?
You'd have to. I don't know the specs on the one.
It's about 20-something feet. That one is actually a roll-off component.
Okay. But I really care to get into the size.
St. John only have 4 tons, of green waste daily.
Yeah, but
that's not a lot.
we have disasters over there as well. I only looking out for the St. John. That's probably the same way we talking how Wapa think about St. John, and that's why there was darkness here the other day. I just trying to look out that St. John have their own.
We already don't have the space and a transfer station either. So it'd be best to just transport the green waste.
So we're
to
going to
St.
transport
Thomas.
it.
Yeah.
It's either or, again, Senator, the reason why, and I'm tying it back to the emergency management plan as well, is that, okay, if we have our own, great. But if we needed to have FEMA bring in an additional unit, if it is stated in our plan that this is part of our disposal for debris management, then FEMA can help the territory by bringing in a unit. I don't like to put all my eggs in FEMA now, particularly since we know what direction on the federal side. I mean, you have the president talking about disbanding the administration altogether. But if it is in our plan as a response that we've agreed to, then they can assist with bringing in additional units.
So, hence my point why I think St. John, or we could have an additional one, standby in St. Thomas, just in case we got to go to St. John, okay? We go compromise. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. You know, I was quick to add my name, Dwayne Maurice DeGraff. When I hear shopping this side, I like to say, okay? This bill 360232 was special ordered March 18th. I objected to it. When we hear today the 23rd, talking, having this wonderful discussion, it was special order on the 18th. So when I hear my colleagues talking about, you know, that crap to me. You special order, you put a cart before the horse. No, you want to, we backtracking and we trying to find out. I don't have time for foolishness. The people, we accomplished one mission for sure. The people have a chance to get in the say. That's most important to me. I could be the only person vote no, and I'm comfortable. I vote against the refinery, and I voted against Paulie Joseph. So voting no don't bother me. The problem is, now we're having all this great conversation and think, yes, we need to determine what we need to do. Fine. It's been brought out that we had $10 million sitting. How much of the $10 million have been spent towards this? Now we're in the final 11th hour. We got to spend this. I was told 3 of these incinerators were put on order, waste management. True or false?
No, they're not put on order
Okay,
yet.
good. So you have money to buy them. How much it cost?
How much is the air curtain burner?
Like 400.
How much? Just go ahead, speak in the mic.
About 200,000.
Okay, so we have one vendor that we already looked at, and it's 300,000 for it. We don't have 3 vendors that we're trying to look at and stuff like that. So we already determined a vendor we're gonna buy from.
No, it goes out for procurement.
Right. So all of them is 300,000.
That's the average price for them.
See,
For the size we need, but you don't. That's the average price, but you have to still put it out for procurement.
Okay, how much is the cost of the grinders?
The grinders are a lot more expensive. That's about 900,000 for the grinder.
Okay, and how much of this $10 million do we have to purchase these things?
We have $6 million is allocated to waste
How
management.
long have we had this $6 million?
How long has it been?
2021.
We in 2026. We hear Russian.
No,
that's
no,
why I
so-
tell you.
no.
Hold up, Commissioner.
Yeah,
with all due respect, I'm not trying to be rude to anybody. I'm just saying these were the same things I've heard. This is my 10th year in the Senate. I've heard many times by majority senators, my Sundays, we got to do with the final hour. I don't buy cat in bag. That's what I'm saying. So don't be swayed by people rushing. They say, this is... You think that pile of green waste got so from yesterday?
From 2017.
Right. From 2017 to now. All these years it took. And this is when we rushing now to get a solution. Come on, people, let's be real. I do agree. I'm willing to vote on amendments and making solutions. But don't try back me to a corner and figure, you got to make your decision now. No. That's what I hate to hear happening. I've been here a long time. I've seen it. So I'm saying, the cost. So whatever company we buy it, who's going to run it? Who's going to run whatever air curtain we buy or whatever? Who's going to run them?
Both the waste management authority and whichever operator that we select to manage the landfills.
Okay, so it will be a part of the contract, maintenance and everything will be a part of the contract?
Definitely.
And one thing with all due respect, don't show me nothing but Oregon. Oregon is a state, a very large. We talking about Bovoni. Where in Bovoni would the air curtain go? Where's the spot located designated for it?
Time.
Up on the
If I may
Upper
wrap up,
West
Mr. Chair.
Berm is one of the areas that we were looking at.
Is it near the methane gas?
Go ahead.
It's on the same dump with the methane gas?
Like I said previously,
No, yes or no? Is it on the same dump with the methane gas?
there are different areas at the landfill where we did landfilling, and there are other areas where we did not do landfilling as yet. So it's going to be stored someplace where it's separate from the landfill gas.
You know, like we say, gas is a clear thing, could float around anywhere. And next thing we know, we put it on the dump, we get a big explosion, we injuring people. Let's think of all these things before we go. I don't want nobody get hurt.
But there are fires at the landfill every month.
Yeah, but let's don't add to it. That don't make it right. Let's don't add to it. But so in closing, Mr. Chair, you know, for me, like I say, I think on this incinerator like a self-clean oven. Imagine I got an oven in home, my house, for years, and every week I clean it by hand, detergent killing me. You know, didn't realize it had a self-clean button. I found a self-clean is similar to how an air curtain is. It raises the temperature and burn everything to ash. I had to almost give up my house because of how everything in it burning up. I had to open up the entire house, my doors, and go outside my porch till it finished.
Because you didn't clean it on a regular basis.
It don't make a difference. So this is what I'm saying. So that's all I'm saying. So let's don't make it. I'm willing to support this air curtain, mulching, grinding, everything. But don't put me in a spot where, or put it out to my colleagues, or point out to the community that we're in the 11th hour, because this is from 2017 to now. Let's be real, let's be fair, let's get it done. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 2 minutes as we change the stenographers. The Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Motion, Madam Chairwoman. Madam. Motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to move to a motion that Bill number 36-0233, an act amending Title 32, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, relating to the establishment and operation of the Virgin Islands Lottery, be held in this committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Bill number 360233, an act amending Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, relating to the establishment and operation of the Virgin Islands Lottery, has been properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph, second by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Amendment. Thank you.
Amendment, Senator. You're recognized for your amendment, Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 36-743 being offered on the behalf of Senator Clifford Joseph, an amendment to Bill number 36-0232. Bill number 36-0232 is amended by adding the following sections: 2. Section 2, the operation of any air curtain incinerator by the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority or a landfill operator authorized by the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority under this act shall comply with the following requirements. A, the incinerator shall be operated only by or under the supervision of a person who holds a valid certification issued by the manufacturer or distributor of the air curtain incinerator. B, the incinerator shall not be operated within 300 feet of any residence. C, prior to the commencing operation, the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority shall obtain approval from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources following an inspection conducted by the department to ensure compliance with applicable permit conditions. D, the incinerator shall not be operated unless there are at least 4 air quality monitors located at the perimeter of the incinerator site, measuring particulate matter, including PM10 and PM2.5. 1, the air monitors shall be federally referenced method of federal equivalent method monitors or equivalent monitors as determined by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. 2, monitoring data shall be made publicly available to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority not less than 1 month or monthly in a manner accessible to the public. 3, if monitoring data indicates that the particulate matters levels exceed the national ambient air quality standards for PM10 or PM2.5, the operation of the incinerator shall cease for not less than 24 hours or until compliance is achieved. E, each incinerator shall be inspected and tuned not less than twice per year by a person qualified by the manufacturer or distributor of the air curtain incinerator or by another qualified person approved by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to ensure that the unit operates in accordance with the manufacturer's specification and applicable operational standards. F, the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority shall, in coordination with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, develop and implement policies and procedures governing the operation of an air curtain incinerator, including provisions relating to employee safety and environmental protection within 60 days of enactment of this act. I so move.
Second.
Amendment number 36-743 has been properly moved by Senator Novelli Francis Jr., second by Senator Gittins and Senator Jaschen. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion. Motion.
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I move that Bill number 36-0232, as amended, an act amending Act number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incinerators, and for other purposes, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting and action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 36-0232, an act amending Act number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incinerators, and for other purposes have been properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Roll call. But there's a motion on the floor.
Amendment.
Roll call, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Ray Fonseca?
No.
Senator Fonseca? No. Senator Novell? Nay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger? Not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins? Yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Johnson? Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph? Not voting. Senator Avery L. Lewis?
Yes.
Senator Lewis? Yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 2 not voting, and 1 nay.
Thank you. Bill number 36-0232 as amended, an act amending Act number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incinerators, and for other purposes has been favorably voted upon in this Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Have been voted favorably upon in this Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary with a favorable recommendation for further consideration and vetting.
As amended.
I said as amended in the beginning. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
I just wanted to put on the record that while I abstain from this vote, I don't like to make decisions until I see all the amendments and make sure that a happy medium is figured out. I am a member of Rules, and once all those amendments are put on, I will make a final decision then. Thank you so much.
Point of information. Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I also have an amendment weighing in the concerns of the residents in Bovoni, as well as that medium that Mr. Griffin alluded to, wherein the time frame to burn based on the documented evidence from Dr. Guannel on what time of the year and months that burning can take place. I don't want it to be something indefinite, because when that happens, the persons affected by this burning are persons who live in the Bovoni, Nada, Bolongo, Frenchman's Bay area. Those are densely populated areas, and most of us who are making these decisions, we don't live there continuously, and we don't feel their pain of their residents and the families there. So I definitely have to put that safeguard in, and I want to thank CFO Griffith for saying that that is amenable and that is okay with you. And I know the residents, that was one of their issues as well. Thank you so much.
Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have an amendment that's actually ready. Somehow the vote was taken and maybe I didn't get my amendment heard before the Honorable Vice President made the amendment for the vote. But I do have an amendment number 36-764, and it is to make sure that nothing in this bill shall be construed to authorize, permit, or allow the use of waste-to-energy technologies, waste-to-energy facilities, terminal conversion, gasification, or any other processes that convert solid waste or vegetative debris into electricity. So I'll move my amendment when the bill is heard before the Rules Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask the testifiers. You'll have a 30-second closeout. And so Malloy, starting with you and St. Croix.
Good afternoon again. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to educate ourselves on this matter and for putting forth for discussion the public health concerns, including occupational carcinogen exposure, catastrophic fire risk, community air pollution, and vector-borne disease. Thank you. On behalf of Commissioner Encarnacion.
Thank you. Ms. Henry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I thank you, Honorable Senator Avery Lewis, for allowing me to be able to testify here today. And I do think that we had a very good conversation, and I'm still concerned about that the amendment was not in there regarding the time frame for the use of the ACI, as I believe has been acknowledged here as part of this conversation. And I would be remiss if I don't close by stating that I do clearly understand that the bill allows for composting. It has always been, waste management has always been allowed to compost. What I was hoping for, again, as a compromise, and that it would be an incentive, an assurance that there's debris for composting, is that the amendment would state that composting must be implemented. And I really, it's my position that if that's not in the bill, then this just becomes a wish, and it's up to waste management to determine whether or not they want to do it. And I know the authority is on the side of composting. They're here, they can speak for themselves. But again, thank you. Thank you to the committee, and thank you again for inviting me here to testify.
Thank you, and thank you for your input today. CFO, Waste Management, Griffith.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the employees of Waste Management, every day our employees work in sewage, wastewater, solid waste, and fires. So we take very seriously the health of this community, and we will always put that first in all that we do. And we thank you guys for this spirited discussion, because this was a discussion where both parties are right. There was no wrong side on this discussion. And the key thing is just to make sure that we safeguard the people of the Virgin Islands, and we do that in a responsible manner. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Blayden.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Bavoni...
Get closer to the mic, Ms. Blayden.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. Again, on behalf of the Bavoni Bolongo Nara Community Organization, I really want to thank you, Senator Avery Lewis, and all of the senators of the 36th legislature for your advocacy, your support of us in terms of allowing the community to be heard. It was really a spirited conversation, a lot of collaboration, and I believe that moving forward, engagement is the magic word. Anything that happens on Bavoni Landfill, the BBN community would like to be included, and I'd like to also thank all the testifiers for their support and communication today. I think we made some great strides. Thanks.
Commissioner Oriole?
I'm going to go last.
Oh, sorry. Assistant Director Williams.
Hi, good afternoon. Assistant Director Vaitima. As you can see, I wasn't really quite needed today. But as Vaitima is the coordinating agency, and we are the backbone of the emergency management system, my fellow testifiers on my left and right, they are the first responders. in their professional opinion, I'm glad to see that it was taken and with the amendments got this bill passed. Thank you for the opportunity, and I, of course, bring remarks and thank yous from Director Jaschen, who is out of the Territorial.
Thank you, and thank you to the entire team down there as well. A lot of time people will leave out, including your dispatchers as well, so include them too. Assistant Director Stevens.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, I want to thank our staff for everything that they do on a daily basis. We want to also acknowledge the concerns raised today by members of the public and environmental groups. We hear those concerns. We recognize they are real, they are valid, and they come from a place of protecting our environment and our community. As we weigh the environment and public health consideration of this legislation, also keep the safety of our responders at the forefront of this discussion. They are the ones who are going to be out there for hours, if not days. Protecting the public and protecting the responders and our protecting the public and our responders are not competing interests. They go hand in hand. Like DC colleague said, doing nothing solves no one. Inaction simply delays the problem until the next landfill fire occurs, at which point our concerns about emissions, air quality, and safety become reactive instead of proactive. So this bill is not about choosing environmental protection and public safety. It is about finding a responsible path forward that addresses both. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, and thank you to the entire Virgin Island Fire EMS services for all you do daily. Mr. Guannel from UVI.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, and please reach out if you have any more questions. Thank you.
But long-time Bavoni resident, you wanted to close up?
I just want to say good afternoon and thanks again. And we just have to make up our mind if we want open out of control burning or close control burning.
Thank you. Commissioner Earle.
Thank you, Senator. I love when Senator Gittins mentioned his 5 Ps and planning. And it's because this conversation has been particularly frustrating, but I think it's because I've been involved in the conversation for so long. It is not new. Somebody in the audience can tell you going back to 2008, we were having a similar conversation. The U.S. Virgin Islands has approximately 100,000 residents, but we welcome roughly 3 million visitors to our shores on an annual basis. That's 30 times our population. 90% of all of our goods are imported. Solid waste management is a serious, serious issue. And we are spending 14, 15 years talking about one component of that. Right? Controlled incineration is not new technology. It is something that has been upgraded 5, 6 times over the decades now. The US EPA has deemed incineration of green waste safe enough to not require permits, and FEMA actually recommends it, particularly as a disaster response. Although it's not a focal point of this bill, and I hear, and I don't think there's any interest in pursuing that, but again, green waste incineration can actually produce small levels of power to be able to offset carbon footprint, everything. And then the waste material is still, again, something that is usable and viable by the same community that we want to encourage mulching and chipping and using that refuse material for. Just for comparison, 2 weeks ago, we hosted the president of St. Bart's here in the Territorial. They started doing waste to energy in 2001. All of their waste is done by gasification. And again, they use the energy produced to power their reverse osmosis plant and their waste treatment plant. And I think we could all agree that St. Bart's is one of the top 10 destinations in the in the Caribbean, and they have a vital need to ensure that they don't degrade their environment by their own doing, not only for the visitors, but for the residents themselves. So there are other communities in the Caribbean that are already exercising this technology. We don't even, so somebody said we don't need to look at Oregon, fine. And looking around how the Caribbean is actually passing us. Because it takes us 15 years to have a conversation on just one aspect of solid waste. You know, I thought long and hard about whether or not I was going to bring this up, but I saw my colleagues from the VI Fire and Emergency Services. And again, that fire in September 2023 rings a lot of bells, right? We were on calls twice a day. And there was a particular voice that we heard twice a day. And he was coughing. And he was struggling to breathe. And everybody was telling him he needed to get checked out. And I can tell you right now that in my conversations with him on the Emergency Management Council, he'd have been right here today telling all you this is a must. And he is a long-term Virgin Islander, would not endanger his own people, but then he would be looking out for these guys as well. So I just wanted to make sure that on the record, Director Daryl George was a staunch advocate for moving this particular piece of emergency management forward. And I wanted to give him that due recognition because I would not know as much about it as I do without him having taught me. So I'll just conclude by saying that I urge the 36th legislature to pass bill number 36-0232, as it will not only assist the territory with our disaster management response, but also as the Waste Management Authority is pursuing an integrated waste management system. This is one of the components to making sure that it will be correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Testifiers, you're free to leave. Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection
Point of personal privilege.
stands in recess for 5
Point
minutes.
of personal privilege.
Good afternoon. The Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Madam Clerk, could you read, please read Block 2 into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2. Bill number 36-0009, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Steven Van Beverhout for his years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Milton E. Potter. Invited testifiers, Ms. Marcia Dubois, Lead Auditor, Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, Ms. Delia Thomas, Virgin Islands Inspector General, Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, Mrs. Bernice Turnbull, former Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Finance. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As it pertains to Bill number 36-0009, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Steven Van Beverhout for his years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
I do. Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator Potter, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again, colleagues. Good afternoon to our special testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Members of the committee, distinguished guests, it is both an honor and indeed a privilege to lend my voice in support of Bill number 36-0009, a resolution honoring and commending a giant here in our community, Mr. Steven Van Beverhout, for his decades of distinguished public service and his steadfast contributions to accountability, transparency, and good governance in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Van Beverhout's professional journey has been synonymous with excellence, with integrity, and dedication to public stewardship. As the long-serving Virgin Islands Inspector General, the longest-serving Virgin Islands Inspector General, he led with an unwavering commitment to fiscal responsibility and ethical governance, ensuring that the people's resources were managed with the highest degree of honesty, with the highest degree of care. His leadership fortified the credibility of the Office of the Inspector General and advanced a culture of accountability across every branch of government. Beyond his technical expertise, Mr. Van Beverhout's mentorship and devotion to public service inspired countless professionals in the field of financial management and audit oversight. His work established a gold standard for transparency, helping to strengthen public confidence in the institutions that uphold our democracy. Bill number 36-0009 is more than a ceremonial gesture. It is an acknowledgement of a career defined by principle and purpose, and a testament to the impact one dedicated Virgin Islander can have on the integrity of public institutions and the trust of the citizenry. At the appropriate time, colleagues, I am asking you for your support in moving Bill number 36-0009 to honor and commend one of our very own, a giant, Mr. Steven Van Beverhout. Thank you.
Thank you, Senate President Potter. As a testifier here in St. Croix, please place your name on your position today on the record, please, St. Croix.
Marcia Dubois, Supervisory Auditor.
Thank you. Starting from my left, Ms. Turnbull.
Bernice A. Turnbull, former Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Good.
Delia Thomas, VI Inspector General.
And the one and only.
Good afternoon. Steven Van Beverhout, retired former Virgin Islands Inspector General.
Yes, sir. It's been taking so long, we might as well just go for a motion and call it a day.
Good. I for that.
Oh, man. Hey, we'll go straight into the round of testimony, beginning with you, Ms. Turnbull.
You. Oh. Honorable Senator Avery Lois, Chairperson, Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, all other honorable senators of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands here today, the listening audience, and persons in the well, good afternoon. My name is Bernice A. Turnbull, and I am here on behalf of Mr. Stephen Van Beverhout in support of the resolution to name the Bureau of Audit and Control building in his honor for his dedicated service he has rendered as a government employee to the people of the Virgin Islands for more than 3 decades. The name Stephen Van Beverhout is synonymous with government auditing in the Virgin Islands. I have been a government employee and a colleague of Mr. Van Beverhout for all the 30-year plus that he was a government employee. As a government employee and then a member of Governor Charles W. Turnbull's cabinet, where he served as the director of the Bureau of Audit and Control. Mr. Van Beverhout was an auditor with the Bureau of Control and then the director. He was a dedicated employee whose passion was to ensure that the functions and standard operating procedures of the government of the Virgin Islands were adhered to in accordance with governmental accounting practices known as GAAP. I have never known him to compromise his integrity. It was a pleasure for me to work with him because I understood the importance of his job. Therefore, we at the Department of Finance had an excellent working relationship with him. Finance, petty cash, and other accounts, like all government entities, were audited by the Bureau of Audit and Control on a regular basis. As you are aware, the government's accounting records are housed at the Department of Finance. Therefore, in many instances, the department worked closely with the Bureau of Audit and Control in requesting audits or making records available to the Bureau. Based on my association with Mr. Van Beverhout, his passion was to ensure that all procedures and practices used by the government were generally accepted accounting concepts and standards. This was of great importance. You may ask why. The government of the Virgin Islands, as any other government entity, is required to be audited annually. This meant that the Bureau would be engaged in making sure that standard accounting practices are in place, such as revenues accounted for, expenditures are in accordance with contracts, and all documentation to support all transactions, etc. It should be noted that the Bureau was involved with the annual audits, which were performed by an independent auditing firm. Our relationship was excellent. We worked well together since our goals were the same. If a matter which was of concern became questionable and was brought to my attention, it would be referred to Mr. Van Beverhout for his further attention. We sat at a table in several meetings wrestling with the need for a better accounting system. At those meetings, there were federal auditors who wanted to ensure that sound accounting practices were being considered. This would make it easier for them to monitor how federal funds were being accounted for. This was important for Mr. Van Bever's office to know when they were performing audits. A prime example of this was 2005, when the government of the Virgin Islands started the process of implementing a new financial management system, a system that would track a contract from its inception at the user department, then property and procurement, setting up the encumbrances at Department of Finance, invoices, payment, and completion of work. The new system went live October 2006. This system, in essence, allowed Mr. Van Beverhout and his team to have ready access to the procurement process available to the federal auditors on a timely basis. The end results spoke for itself. Audits were thorough and records easy to access. I wish to thank the sponsor of the bill, the name for this resolution. I find it to be appropriate, and I thank you for doing it while he was still alive. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to testify on behalf of this bill, and I thank you for your kind consideration. Okay.
Thank you. Estamos?
Good afternoon, Senator Avery Lewis, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Other committee members, other senators of the 36th Legislature, ladies and gentlemen present, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I am Delia Thomas, the Virgin Islands Inspector General. I am here today to offer my full support for the passage of Bill number 36-009, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Stephen Van Beverhout Sr. for his dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. From 1989 to 2021, as the Virgin Islands Inspector General, Mr. Van Beverhout's tenure has been characterized by his unwavering dedication to enhancing government operations. He was responsible for issuing at least 74 reports and making 690 recommendations for improvement to the various government departments and agencies. The investigations initiated under his tenure resulted in at least 354 counts and 14 convictions. Fraud charges filed included bribery, conflict of interest, conspiracy, conversion of government funds, conversion of property, government property, embezzlement, extortion, forgery, fraudulent claims against the government, grand larceny, mail fraud, money laundering, obtaining money by false pretense, payroll fraud, perjury, program fraud, and wire fraud. His commitment to upholding government integrity was rooted in his commitment to transparency. He exhibited an unwavering commitment to building an independent and trusted Virgin Islands Inspector General's office, which entailed over 10 years of hard work, research, and lobbying to advance legislation towards this end and to serve this community better. His successful efforts would not have been possible without the courageous support of this body on December 14, 1999, when the 23rd Legislature provided the override, thereby creating Act 6333, the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, in its current form. In addition to contributing to the office's structural existence, Mr. Van Beverhout dedicated himself to supporting his staff's professional development to strengthen the work product. As a result, he left behind 6 employees who had earned their certified fraud examiner's designation. Furthermore, as is evident to everyone traversing the Lower Main Street and Savannah area, he took pride in the physical upkeep of the government-owned building that occupies the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. The building's exterior benefits the community, and its interior provides a safe, positive environment for employees. As an employee who joined the office in 1989, I have always known Mr. Van Beverhout to be a humble person, dedicated to his family, his profession, and his employees' progress. He is not the kind of person who would ask for or expect such an honor, but it is an honor well deserved. As a Virgin Islander, I am proud to have the opportunity to have this lived experience, working alongside a true Virgin Islands hero. Future generations will learn about the exemplary person that he is and his works, and be inspired by his life. I want to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to be here today, and congratulations, Steve, well deserved. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Dubois? Dubois? Dubois?
Dubois.
Dubois. Thank you. You may begin.
Good day. Good day, Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis and all Honorable Senators of the 36th Legislatures, Committee on Government Operations and Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection. My name is Marsha Dubois, Supervisory Auditor of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. On behalf of the employees of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, I am here today to offer our full support for the passage of Bill number 36-0009, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Stephen Van Beverhout for his years of dedicated service and invaluable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. Many of us who joined the Office of the Inspector General had limited knowledge of auditing beyond the required bachelor's degree in accounting or a related field. Personally, although I earned my degree in accounting from the University of the Virgin Islands and completed coursework in auditing and governmental accounting, my practical understanding of auditing was limited. However, I believe many of my colleagues would agree that the opportunity to work in an office known for holding government officials accountable for fraud, waste, and abuse was both exciting and potentially challenging, and for many of us, a dream job. Under the leadership of Mr. Van Beverhout, whom we all simply knew as Steve, alongside his deputy, our current Inspector General, we learned quickly that the true value of this work extends beyond the title of the office. We understood that the value of the work lies in the ethical principles and unwavering integrity that have become synonymous with the leadership Steve cultivated. I can confidently speak on behalf of most, if not all, of my colleagues in saying that while we began with limited knowledge, we gained a broad range of skills and a deep understanding of what it means to operate in a truly professional environment, one that is free from political influence and external pressures. As auditors, we consistently were provided with the tools necessary to perform our duties effectively, whether through internal support, professional guidance, or on-the-job training. Steve's open-door policy fostered an environment where we felt comfortable presenting and, when necessary, defending our findings. We were encouraged to ask questions, seek clarity, and request guidance at any stage of our work. Most importantly, we were empowered to follow the evidence wherever it led, regardless of political affiliation or personal association. Because of this, we approach our work with confidence and integrity. We knew that the only expectations were that our findings were clear, well supported, and materially significant. This level of integrity is rare, particularly within a small and close-knit community, yet it defined Steve's tenure as Inspector General. The work of the Office of the Inspector General is important and critical, and it requires strong, principled leadership to make the work truly meaningful. Steve's mentorship instilled in us the understanding that the work is not for personal recognition, but for the taxpayers who rely on us to serve as their eyes and ears, and most importantly, to help agencies improve and strengthen their internal control. The people of the Virgin Islands place their trust in us to report fraud, waste and abuse, as well as internal and program deficiencies within the government. And we take that responsibility seriously. For over 33 years, Steve safeguarded that trust and led audits that held both high officials and rank and file employees accountable. His service has played a vital role in strengthening transparency and integrity within the government of the Virgin Islands. Consequently, his name has come to represent trust, honesty, and a standard of integrity that deters misconduct. He leaves behind a legacy of auditors who understand the importance of that trust and the consequences of its loss. Steve's guidance continues to influence our work, from how we structure our reports to how we evaluate our findings. Many of us can still hear his voice reminding us to be clear, concise, and precise, to ensure that every statement is supported and to remain focused on what truly matters. One of his enduring principles was simply, if you believe something belongs in a report, defend it, prove its value, and it will stand. Furthermore, his legacy is reflected not only in the work he accomplished, but also in the standard he set, one that will continue to guide this office for years to come. Though he may no longer be present in the office each day, his voice, standards, and principles remains with us. They are evident in every report we write and every finding we defend. For those reasons, and for his unwavering commitment to truth and accountability, he is most deserving of this honor. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and to speak on behalf of the employees of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dubois. Mr. Van Bever, hold the mic in front of you.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Good. Before you open up to my colleagues for a 3-minute round, let me ask you, what comes to your mind when you hear the news, when you listen today, if you still tune in, and you hear how many audits we behind and different things, where you just say to yourself, like, every day wasn't going to happen. I gotta make sure of this.
Things haven't changed. But the more they change, the more they remain the same.
Okay. I like that. I like that. We're going to go to a 3-minute round. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone, especially a pleasant good day to Mr. Stephen Van Beverhout. Now, I don't know you that well, but I know you're the lady who sits behind of you. Your wife, Miss Van Beverhout, because she was a Spanish teacher at Ivana Eudora Ken High School. So I remember her, as well as the level of diligence she taught us Spanish at Eudora Ken. I want to ask Miss Dahlia Thomas, because now you are Mr. Van Beverhout's successor. You and Ms. Dubois, you've worked with him over a number of years. Tell us briefly one quality that he has demonstrated that you took and are using today in your work. One quality.
His patience.
Patience. Very short and brief to the point. You, Ms. Dubois, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, you are. Steve has always taught us to just learn what battles to fight. And I think for me, that is one of the things that I take in, especially in, when we are trying to get every statement or every finding into our report. He always he always tell us to learn which battles to fight, which findings to fight for, which statements to fight for.
Thank you. And those are very key areas, because you want to be able to fight another day for something stronger. Now, Commissioner Bernice Turnbull, the Honorable, I want to ask you a question, because you worked alongside him in the Turnbull administration. And as I was reading the whereas clause, I saw that our late, great, Honorable Charles Wesley Turnbull had in fact vetoed the legislation to have the Office of the Inspector General, be a separate entity, which it is today. What was it like to work along Mr. Van Beverhout to assure that the government financial integrity is maintained?
Mr. Van Beverhout and myself, we had a very good working relationship. Mr. Van Beverhout was responsible for auditing. Department of Finance, that's the department where everything is housed.
Time.
We have petty cash. Everything comes back to the Department of Finance. The Empress Fund, which is a new thing, or was a new thing then, which gave the Department of Education, the principals, up to $150,000 so that they could have money to go out and buy needed supplies and all of that. Documents and everything came back to finance. Therefore, in order for Mr. Van Beverhout to be able to do what he needed to do, we had to make sure that whatever documents we had, those documents were available to him.
That's correct.
Since we sat in finance, sometimes we saw things or heard about things that we consider to be an impropriety, and of course, we'll drop it in Mr. Van Bever's ears, and he will be the one to go and, audit and see if what we were hearing, if that's true, or if we felt that something needed to be looked at, he would go in depth and look at it. So we had a very, very good working relationship. When the auditors to do Government of the Virgin Islands audit, annual audit, he would be involved in it. So everything that was going on with the audit, Mr. Van Beverhout would know, because from the inception and audit findings and everything, you'll get a copy And from audit findings too, he was able to go now and look, into departments and look at what was happening. So we worked very good, hand in hand. We worked. We understood what each other had to do. If Mr. Van Bever heard anything about finance, he would alert me. We looked at what we needed to look at. And, that's the kind of relationship that we had. We just worked together, and the purpose of working together was for the people. People put the confidence in Mr. Van Beverhout and his team at Department of Finance and my team, and we had to work for the people. And that is why I would say in my testimony, I never knew him to compromise his integrity, and I myself never compromised mine. So, we had a good working philosophy. We worked together. And our relationship was Steve, Bernice. That's the kind of relationship we had. We didn't see each other every day, every month, or whatever, but we certainly spoke to each other on the telephone.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for your responses. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting in the affirmative for this resolution. Thank you so kindly.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Senator Bonnie stumbled until I go for a motion already now.
Yeah.
Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. I too want to certainly begin by commending. Well, first of all, as I said, it's good to see you, Stephen Van Beverhout, as well as Miss Bernice Turnbull with the former, and our current Delia Thomas, as well as Miss Marcia Dubois. Thank you for being here and the work that you continue to do on the behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands, where we want to see the elimination and the minimization of waste, fraud, and abuse. I want to commend the bill sponsor for this particular piece of legislation, and certainly I intend to sign on because I think it's very well deserving. I have had the pleasure of working with Mr. Van Beverhout for a number of years when I served on the Anti-Corruption Task Force, and I certainly could attest to his level of excellence, integrity beyond reproach, and certainly his commitment to ensure that we minimize waste, fraud, and abuse here in the Virgin Islands and within the government. I must say it must be rather painful for you, Mr. Stephen Van Beverhout, in terms of what you're seeing going through our community right now with the level of corruption that we're seeing. It must be painful for you. Right?
Yes, Senator, it does.
It's painful for me as well. But the type of money that we're seeing around here, and you always have to follow the money, $25 billion circulating around this community, you will see this. We always have bad actors, and there's opportunity for us to be able to ensure that we're enforcing, to ensure that we're sending a strong message to those that remain behind and those that continue to want to commit waste, fraud, abuse, or corruption.
1 minute.
So certainly I believe that your legacy is one that's lasting and certainly trustworthy. I just wanted to ask you, in terms of policies and procedures, can you just speak to the level of ensuring that we have proper policies and procedures, and the need, a lot of times when you go into these agencies to do the audits, that you rely on those policies and procedures to make your decision, or lack thereof?
Yes, Senator. We, in addition to looking at fraud, waste, and abuse, we look at the way an agency operates or carries out a certain function, and we try our best to make recommendations. May I continue, Senator? We try our best to make recommendations to help the agency to function better, to function efficiently and effectively. So a lot of times, well, most of our audits, our regular audits, come up with findings and recommendations to help an agency improve its operations. And I must say that numerous agencies, when we first started way back in '89, it was almost like talking to the wall, basically. You know, everyone would agree, but you'd go back in and things wouldn't change. But I think as people, as agencies, as department became accustomed to us and knew that we were around and we weren't going away, they started to look at our recommendations more closely, and we started to get more compliance and implementation of recommendations. So, you know, in that respect, it has been a rewarding experience to see changes, you know, in the government in a positive way. There's always room for change, and there's always things that need to be improved, but I have seen some improvements along the way.
Again, I want to thank you. My time has been called. Thank you for your 33 years of commitment and trust and integrity. And, you know, again, you have left a lasting impression. I still, even here at the legislature, we still talk about the 2011 audit that was done of the legislature and ensuring that we are following at least the language of that audit and continue to strengthen our policies here at the legislature. So we appreciate the work that has been done by you and your team. And we look forward, you know, to seeing you around. I heard there was a mention of a structure being named after you. I don't see that in the legislation at this time, and maybe it's an amendment that's coming, but certainly I stand in full support of this resolution, honoring and commending you. And if in fact we'll be naming the facility, the audit and control after you, I will certainly be in support of that as well. Congratulations again. Good luck. Long life and prosperity to you and your family. God bless.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Van Buren, you wanted to put something on the record?
I'll just make comments once everyone has finished.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay. So, Mr. Omo, will you get a part from we naming a building or something?
Well, I just thought since we were neighbors.
That's a good sleeping by Sally.
I've been taught that you should love your neighbors yourself. So I thought now, since we were neighbors and this resolution had come up, that they were going to treat my neighbor the same way they treated me. So that is where that came from.
I like that. I like that. The bill sponsor, he walk in, man. He said, wow, I got to put it in now. He walk in. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, I'd like to ask, and even to you, Ms. Thomas, you know, we live in a small-knit community, and most of us know each other. And some of us is family and so forth. What is the one thing when you go to work every morning that say, stay focused and just tune out everything else? I just come to do my job and not put the personal or the family in it. What's the one thing that you say to yourselves?
Well, over the years, I've seen Steve have close relationships with former commissioners, directors, people in government that he spoke to every day. I just call these two during my tenure like husband and wife, but just not married to each other. So I am privy to the relationship that they have, and I also reference that relationship to people currently at the Department of Finance to encourage them. If you guys see something you need our help, this is what Bernice did. She called us and we would assist. But you guys don't have to look at us as the enemy, the person who's there to, catch you doing something wrong. So I always reference the relationship that they have. I've seen people that he's spoken to on a weekly basis be indicted. I've seen us do work towards that end. And every time we're in the middle of an assignment and we bring it to his attention, he would say, you have to do what you have to do, continue. He never, ever stopped us. He said, just leave the chips fall where they may. And it's easy when you're around that type of influence that you could do anything different. So I feel like I don't have a choice.
You know, and there's a positive in what you just said, a lot of positive in what you just said. And maybe, you know, Ms. Turnbull, you're on the right track. When you spoke to those beneath you and you said, you know, let's walk along with the Inspector General.
Mm-hmm.
That's a safeguard. That's a way, not just I catch you, but to keep you in compliance.
Exactly.
To keep you on the straight and the narrow.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And maybe if others look at it that way, we wouldn't be having so many issues, you know. So thank God for that. Thank you, Ms. Turnbull, for what
I
you
agree.
did.
Yes.
And thank you, Mr. Van Bever,
You're welcome.
for all you did too.
Senator.
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all the testifiers, Ms. Dubois, Ms. Thomas, and Bernice Turnbull, and Stephen Van Beverhout, the honoree. You were the first Inspector General, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so we have the first and the second Inspector General here with us today. You know, this position, right, is very powerful in the government because your office holds the public officials accountable. And you have authority to audit the legislature, the judicial, and the central government. So it's a very powerful. And, you know, it's amazing, you know, because I remember always hearing the name, you know, Stephen Van Beverhout was always tough, you know. But I want to ask you now that you've retired, what additional additions would you recommend in the Inspector General office?
Years ago, I proposed legislation to give us a bit more independence because we're still controlled by the executive branch with our budget. And the majority of our work is people-oriented. We don't, I mean, if you look at our budget, hardly any funds are used for supplies, and we own the building, so we don't pay any rent. But we have people, and we have to keep people happy and satisfied. And I've always tried to get competitive salaries for them because one of the hardest things that I had to deal with, and Dia can tell you, is you get people, you train them, and then some other agency comes and steals them from you. And you got to start all over again. And I always believe in hiring from the young people from our university or young people, train them, and hopefully they will be happy and keep a career and do what I did. I started out of college working with the Bureau of Internal Revenue as an agent. I worked my way up to a senior agent. I got tired of doing income tax audits. At the time, Gwendolyn Adams was the director, and she brought me over to the Bureau of Audit and Control. I was a supervisory auditor, worked my way up to audit manager, and then I remember clearly one day I went with the then acting director to Governor Farrelly's, to meet with Governor Farrelly to discuss our office and what we did. And the director, the acting director, turned the whole meeting over to me, and I was the one who had to explain to Governor Farrelly what was going on in the office. And when the governor asked me to be the first Inspector General, he said that I left such an impression on him at that meeting that he knew that I was the person for the job. You know, so I think I forgot your question. See, when you get old, you get these senior moments now.
Recommendations, yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. One more question, if I may. Yes. I want to put this on the record because if someone any citizen, any resident suspects fraud in the government, normally you think you'd go to the police or you'd go to the attorney general. But is it fair to say that you can also contact the inspector general?
Go ahead.
Yes, definitely. And I still believe it's still in place. We have the our hotline that you can call. We always take. I think we still take. People come in with complaints or whatever. We are the audit and investigative arm of the Virgin Islands government. That was one of the things that I got changed in the 1999 legislation. Prior to that, we could only audit. We couldn't investigate. We didn't have that authority. I was able to get investigative authority included in the agency so that we could, in addition to auditing, we could also do criminal investigations related to misappropriation of government funds. So definitely, the Inspector General's office is and should be one of the primary contacts if fraud or abuse or misuse of government funds is observed by anyone.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to congratulate the bill sponsor. I too am proud to put my signature as a co-sponsor of this bill for the Stephen Van Beverhout building right next to the Bonnie Turnbull building, right there on 75 corner. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
He had to rub it 75 corner, eh? Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I too really want to say thank you to the sponsor of this measure for recognizing all the work and effort by Mr. Van Beverhout. I can remember growing up, before I even got involved in politics, hearing this name, Van Beverhout, and the work and what he's done in this office. And the first day I met him was when I started working with Governor Mapp. And he came Government House one day, and I reached over to him and I had to shake his hand. I said, I really appreciate what you're doing for the people of this territory, keeping everything in check and balance. And I told him I don't ever want to ever have to meet him again. In any other circumstances but the one in which I met him. And I haven't. So I'm thankful for that. But I definitely want to say thank you for the 33 years of service, serving this territory well, and holding folks accountable. That is something we must do as elected or appointed official. Just do your job and make sure the folks that's underneath you do theirs. And if everybody will just do their job, the Virgin Islands will be a beautiful place for all of us to live in. At the appropriate time, I definitely supporting this measure and will be signing on to this bill. And maybe as Ms. Bonnie said, that she got a building, he gonna get one too. And I'm glad to see you here supporting him, Mr. Turnbull. I haven't seen you in quite some time, but you're still flashing, and that's good to see. Thank you very much, and at the appropriate time, I'll be supporting this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Franklin Johnson. Any other senator have any burning questions? If not, I'll entertain. Sorry. Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, good afternoon. Of course, good afternoon to the man of the hour, Mr. Stephen Van Beverhout, as well as Ms. Turnbull, Ms. Thomas, and Ms. Dubois. I as a agency head, let me just tell you a true confession. As calm and disarming a person that Stephen Van Beverhout was and is, he's the last person you want knocking on your door. You got like a feeling in the pit of your stomach, like, geez, I'm bread. Very rarely would he himself come. You might see the current IG Delia Thomas, or you might see Nick Peru come in. But I'm telling you, the feeling is a little unnerving. And as the director of personnel, I did get one of those visits, true confession. But what was really valuable was that it wasn't really what people think. It's not a gotcha, punitive approach. It is, okay, this is what we are seeing that might be problematic, and there might be some systemic changes that you should make to run a more effective and efficient operation. So it would provide you with the tools to fix what was not quite working in your agency. So once you receive it that way, you begin to exhale and feel a lot better about the experience. But everybody had a Stephen Van Beverhout experience once you were an agency head. But I wanted to ask you, Mr. Van Beverhout, in your many years as Inspector General, what core principles guided your approach to ensuring accountability and transparency in government operations?
I preach to the staff all the time that your integrity is all that you have. And if you ever compromise it, forget it. You're finished. You can never be trusted again. And that was one of my philosophies that I carried. And I've always, spoke to the staff about that.
Excellent. That's sound advice. That is good advice. IG Thomas, having worked closely with Mr. Van Beverhout, what would you identify as the most defining leadership, as his most defining leadership qualities?
The first thing I noticed was his open door policy, that we had access to him anytime, for any reason, personal or professional. And that was extremely important. It was kind of different because in most agencies they would preach the top-down approach. Right. You go to your supervisor first, you go to whomever. He encouraged us to go to whomever we felt comfortable talking to. He didn't care who it was. He did not feel intimidated that I chose to speak to the deputy at that time instead of coming to him. As long as the information got to him, he did not care how it got to him. He did not take it personal. He said, we have a problem, let's fix it.
Yeah. No egos.
None.
He didn't have an ego. Ms. Dubois, can you describe how his management style fostered teamwork and professional growth, specifically among the auditors?
As Ms. Thomas said, we were given this, first of all, he had an open door policy, and each and every one of us knew that we could go to him for anything. And likewise, as Ms. Thomas said, working with whoever we felt most comfortable with. So we could, most of the times we had to go out with one or two people. So, we just always had that sense of knowing that we work together in everything that we do. We could communicate, go to him for anything, go to the deputy, our now Inspector General, for anything, and they would help us in any way that we can, and they can.
Excellent. Thank you for your response. Finally, for former Commissioner Brownie Turnbull, as a financial leader who collaborated with the Office of the Inspector General, Ms. Turnbull, how did Mr. Stephen Van Beverhout's audits and recommendations, in your view, how did they influence financial management in the territory?
I would say it was highly influenced. We had Mr. Stephen Van Beverhout, the local auditor. We had his brother, Arnold, the federal auditor. So I dealt with both of them, because both of them, Arnold from the federal side, the federal funds, and Stephen from the local side. And both of them whatever we did or, were doing, whatever government system, policy or procedure was in place, it had to be governed by governmental accounting principles or GAP. So everything that he audited, Mr. Van Bever Hout's office audited, was in accordance with the procedures. So if something wasn't happening, he would bring it to our attention. The same thing with the Federal Inspector General, which was Mr. Arnold Van Bever Hout. The same thing, he would bring it to our attention. As I said in my presentation, out of their audits and things happening, that's where we came up with getting a financial management system that was GAP accountable for the government of the Virgin Islands, beginning with your procurement process. I heard him talking about the property and procurement here earlier, beginning with that process and carrying it all through. It was very good because it kept government employees. It kept them looking at exactly what their processes were and the procedures, because they know when Mr. Van Bever Hout come, or even the federal auditor would go, these are the things that, they would look for or look at. So I found, based on what we were able, or they checked to see if we were doing what we were supposed to do, it was good for all the government agencies.
Excellent. Thank you for your response. I always say that progressive communities honor and commend their own for achievement, for achieving excellence in their specific area and in their chosen field. And it is really a no-brainer, in my opinion. Sir Stephen Van Bever Hout, based on your contributions to this territory, selecting you to honor and commend and recognize really was a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. So I appreciate you agreeing to accept this honor. I know you're a low-key guy, but this is more so, in addition for it being for you and your family, I think it's for young, up-and-coming Virgin Islanders to see the example that you've set, in this specific area. So at the appropriate time, colleagues, my encouragement will be for us to vote yes on this very important resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator President Potter. Motion, Senator Fonseca.
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move Bill number 36-009, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Stephen Van Bever Hout for his years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands be voted.
Senator Fonseca, restated, sir. The bill number, I think you missed a zero.
Sorry. Bill number 36-0009, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Stephen Van Bever Hout for his years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands be voted upon favorably in this Committee of Government Operations, Veteran Affairs and Consumer Protection, and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further review and action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 36-0009, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Stephen Van Bever Hout for his years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, was properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and Senator Franklin Johnson. Roll call.
Senator Ray Fonseca. Yeah. Senator Fonseca. Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Come on, Kenny.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis,
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you. Bill number 36-0009, a resolution and commending Mr. Stephen Van Bever for his years of dedicated service and numerous contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, has been voted upon favorably in this Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the committee with a favorable recommendation of Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further vetting and consideration. The Committee of Sorry, before I do this, Mr. Van Bever, you have a minute to close out.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Senator Lewis, other senators present here and on St. Croix, ladies and gentlemen. I'm humbled to receive this recognition. I first must give praise to the Almighty God for giving me the opportunity to serve the people of the Virgin Islands for over 43 years. He has provided me with many happy and joyful moments and has carried me through some very difficult and trying periods. I want to recognize my wife, Myrna, who has been my pillar for over 45 years. My parents, the late Arnold and Herminia, who have instilled family values, humility, and honesty from our young days. My brother, Arnold Jr., who has been a role model, someone I have always looked up to. My son, Stephen Jr., and the late Mark, I have always been very proud of them and their accomplishments. Their spouses, Colette and Andrine, who have been dedicated to them and have given us 3 wonderful granddaughters, Zariah, Aliyah, and Adira, who keep us young and busy.
That's nice.
I have had the honor of being nominated by 5 governors, the late governors Farrelly, Schneider, and Turnbull, and the former governors DeYoung and Mapp. I thank them for having the confidence in me to nominate me 5 times. I have served under 6 of the 9 elected governors. I want to thank the various legislatures who have overwhelmingly approved my various nominations. Thanks to Bernice, Delia, and Marcia for your kind words. I also want to thank the staff of the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, both current and former, those that are with us and those who are no longer here. Thank you, Senator Potter, for sponsoring this resolution of recognition, and the members of this committee for your overwhelming approval. Finally, I would like to thank the many people of the Virgin Islands who have given me words of encouragement as I perform my responsibilities to the best of my ability. Again, I say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bever, and congratulations. The one thing I'll say is that we have 2 more hurdles. We have the Rules and Judiciary, and then we still have the full body. But the one, I notice your audience get a little thin now, man. Getting close to 5 o'clock, so everybody gone home. Yeah. And we couldn't hold you any longer, but made me smile when you talked about your grandchildren, because my staff said to me, Senator, Mr. Van Bever have to leave 2:30 to pick up your grandchildren. And you stuck it out with me this time. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I thank the staff for really coming here and supporting you as well, even though you're retired. Every time Ms. Turnbull, Ms. Smith, Ms. Thomas, I get Ms. Smith from Ms. Thomas and Ms. Dubois in St. Croix. Mr. Van Bever, you closed out. And, I'd like to thank the bill sponsors, President Potter. Thank you. You've been patient. On the agenda, we got through. Yes. So we have 2 more bills here, and You are excused for today.
Thank
But
you,
we're going to
Senator.
take a recess so we could take a little couple pictures so we could look, good. Anyhow, the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 3 minutes. Amen. Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we merge Block 3 and Block 4 of today's agenda, so we will only have one block, which will be Block 3. I so move.
The agenda was reordered to move Block 4 into Block 3, creating one block, Block 3. It was properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, so ordered. As it pertains to Bill number 36-0113, an act amending Title 8, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, to assess liability and businesses that serve intoxicating beverages to patrons that have overconsumed the beverages. Who speaks to this bill?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we didn't read the block into the record. I think we're missing a little step there to have the clerk read, which is now Block 3, into the record.
Well, we reordered the agenda and I restated it. So, I mean, if the wish of the membership is that, Madam Clerk, please read Block 3 as amended into the record.
Block number 3, Bill number 36-0113, an act amending Title 8, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, to assess liability on businesses that serve intoxicating beverages to patrons that have overconsumed the beverages, proposed by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Invited testifiers, Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Honorable Gordon C. Ware, Esquire, Attorney General, Department of Justice. Mr. Hugo Hodge Jr., Owner, Zanzibar. Mr. Nathan Marocha, Esquire. Mr. Kadeem Tadman, Esquire. Bill number 36-0115, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 304, authorizing the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to physically close a business when it finds that the business is causing a nuisance, presents a threat to safety, or is disturbing the peace. Proposed by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Invited testifiers, Honorable Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Honorable C. Ware, Esquire, Attorney General, Department of Justice. Honorable Mario M. Brooks, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Mr. Hugo Hodge Jr., Owner, Zanzibar. Ms. Rashida Francis. Mr. Michael Creaky. Senator, this concludes the reading of block number 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, do you have any correspondence to be read into the record by any of the testifiers?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please do so now.
Letter dated March 23rd, 2026. Honorable members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, please accept this letter as my sincere apology for my absence and kindly excuse my inability to appear before you to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0115 due to unforeseen circumstances beyond my control. On behalf of the U.S. Virgin Islands Police Department, I would like to express our appreciation for the opportunity to participate in the legislative process regarding this important measure. Although I was unable to be present in person, I wish to make clear that the Virgin Islands Police Department has always supported and will continue to support the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs in enforcement efforts applicable to this bill, just as we have done in the past. The Virgin Islands Police Department recognizes the importance of measures intended to preserve public safety, maintain order, and address businesses that may create nuisances threaten safety, or disturb the peace within our communities. We remain committed to working collaboratively with our partner agencies to ensure that laws enacted for the protection and well-being of our residents are effectively enforced. Thank you again for extending the opportunity for the Virgin Islands Police Department to be heard on this matter. We value the work of the 36th Legislature and look forward to further conversations and continued collaboration that will aid in building a better U.S. Virgin Islands for all. Respectfully, Sean A. Santos Sr., Acting Police Commissioner, U.S. Virgin Islands Police Department. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the correspondences.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As it pertains to Bill number 36-0113, an act amending Title 8 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, to assess liability on businesses that serve intoxicating beverages to patrons that have overconsumed the beverages. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed, Senator Joseph.
My esteemed colleagues, it is my pleasure to introduce and respectfully request your support of Bill number 36-0113, a critical piece of legislation that seeks to address the devastating consequences of drunk driving in the Virgin Islands. This bill is not just about accountability. It is about protecting innocent lives, promoting responsible alcohol service, and ensuring justice for victims of intoxication-related motor vehicle accidents. Drunk driving is a preventable tragedy that has caused immeasurable harm to our community, innocent individuals, mothers, fathers, children, and visitors who have suffered injuries, loss, and heartbreak due to the reckless actions of intoxicated drivers. While our criminal laws punish those who drive under the influence, they fail to address the role of businesses that profit from over-serving alcohol to visibly intoxicated patrons. This bill seeks to correct that imbalance by holding these businesses accountable in specific, limited circumstances. Colleagues, we are not alone in this effort. States such as Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, New York, and Rhode Island have enacted similar dram shop laws to protect their citizenry. These laws, championed by organizations like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD, have proven effective in reducing alcohol-related accidents and ensuring that victims have a legal avenue to seek compensation. In particular, the laws in Idaho, Rhode Island, and other states with populations similar to ours serve as models for fairness and simplicity, balancing the interests of businesses and the rights of innocent victims. Let us join the ranks of the states that have taken a stand against the dangers of over-serving alcohol and drunk driving. By passing Bill number 36-0113, we will send a clear message that the Virgin Islands values the safety and well-being of its residents and visitors. Together, we can create a more balanced and just system that protects the innocent, holds businesses accountable, and save lives. Colleagues, at the appropriate time, I am respectfully asking for your support to vote in the affirmative on behalf of the many persons and families who have been hurt by businesses' failure to discontinue serving alcohol to visibly intoxicated customers. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. As it pertains to Bill number 36-0115, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 304, authorizing the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to physically close a business when it finds that the business is causing a nuisance, presents a threat to safety, or is disturbing the peace? Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, it is my pleasure to introduce and respectfully request your consideration and support of Bill number 36-0115, a critical piece of legislation that builds upon the foundation laid by Act number 8692, which was passed by this very legislature to protect the rights and well-being of our residents. This bill seeks to amend Title 27, Chapter 9, Subpart 1, Section 304 of the Virgin Islands Code, empowering the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to take decisive action against businesses that disrupt the peace, pose safety threats, or create nuisance in our neighborhoods. We have heard the outcry from our residents who have witnessed their once quiet neighborhoods transform into hubs of noise and disruption due to the unchecked proliferation of bars and restaurants. These establishments, while contributing to our economy, have also brought unintended consequences. Sleepless nights, disturbances, and the decline, I want to stress this, the decline in the quality of life of many of our home owners as well as residents. Families who have invested their life savings and lives and resources into their homes now find themselves unable to enjoy the peace and tranquility they rightly deserve. This legislation is a direct response to those concerns. It provides a mechanism for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to intervene when businesses fail to operate responsibly and respect the community they serve. By granting the Commissioner the authority to physically close businesses that are causing harm, we are sending a clear message. The rights of our residents to live in peace will not be compromised. Act 8692 was a first step towards addressing community concerns, and Bill number 36-0115 strengthens that commitment. It ensures that our neighborhoods remain safe, peaceful, and conducive to a high quality of life. Every homeowner, every renter has the right to enjoy their home without the constant intrusion of noise, safety, hazard, or disturbances. This bill is not about stifling businesses. I want to make that clear. It's not about stifling the businesses. It is about the balance, ensuring that businesses operate responsibly while safeguarding the rights of the residents. Let us stand together to protect the sanctity of our neighborhoods and uphold the values that makes the Virgin Islands a place we are proud to call home. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and demonstrate our unwavering commitment to the people we serve. Colleagues, at the appropriate time, I am respectfully asking your support to vote in the affirmative on behalf of the many persons and families we are currently serving who are suffering from the noise pollution that have invaded their sanctuary of their neighborhoods and, in many instances, their very homes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I'll go to the testifiers, starting in St. Croix. Just place your name and position on the record. Commissioner Hodge, starting with you, and then we'll walk the table from left to right.
Good evening, Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good afternoon. This is Attorney Russell Pate.
Good evening, Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, the LCA.
Good evening, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good evening, everyone. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
In the mic.
Michael Gregory, resident of Content.
Rashida Francis, representative for residents of Bovoni, Estate Thomas, Tutu Anna's Retreat.
Hugo Hodge Jr., owner of Zanzibar, co-owner of Virgin's Haven, and a citizen of the Territory.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge, you ready with your testimony as it pertains to Bill 36-0113?
I am.
You may proceed.
Good evening, Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, esteemed members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, committee members, non-committee members present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Joining me today are Assistant Commissioner Graham, Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, Wilbur Francis, the Director of Enforcement, and in the audience, Alcohol Coordinator Nicholas Francois. The DLC licenses and regulates businesses that sell or serve alcohol, including bars and restaurants, and is charged with protecting the public. Because Bill number 36-0113 addresses liability related to alcohol service, the Department respectfully submits testimony in support of this measure to modernize and clarify the standard of civil liability. The DLC regulates the manufacture, distribution, and the sale of alcoholic beverages through the licensing framework established under Title 8 of the Virgin Islands Code. This framework requires establishments to obtain and maintain appropriate liquor licenses and operate under government oversight. It is designed to ensure that businesses engage in the sale of alcohol and to do so responsibly and in compliance with the law. However, the current liability standard contained in the law requires a claimant to prove that a server provided alcohol to a person habitually addicted to alcohol. This standard is outdated and difficult to apply in practice. It focuses on a long-term characterization of the drinker rather than the immediate and observable conduct that responsible alcohol service laws are designed to address. In many cases, it creates an unrealistic burden of proof that prevents otherwise valid claims from being fairly considered. Bill number 36-0113 appropriately replaces the archaic standard with a more practical and commonly understood one. Whether a server continued to serve alcohol to a person who was obviously intoxicated prior to a car accident. By focusing on observable intoxication and responsible service practices, the bill better aligns the law with the real-world responsibilities of alcohol servers and establishments. At the same time, the legislation is carefully structured to ensure fairness. It limits claims to innocent individuals who are injured by drunk driver and does not allow the intoxicated driver to bring a claim against the establishment. This reinforces the principle that individuals must be held accountable for their own unlawful conduct. The bill also excludes most passengers in an intoxicated driver's vehicle from bringing claims, while preserving a narrow exception for passengers under the age of 21. This recognizes that minors may not have the ability to refuse a ride or fully appreciate the risks that are involved. These limitations help prevent misuse of the law while maintaining accountability where it's most appropriate. In addition to supporting this bill, the department believes that responsible alcohol service training is a critical component of preventing the very situation that this legislation is trying to address. Accordingly, we respectfully recommend that the legislature consider requiring servers working in establishment licensed for on-premises consumption, such as bars, taverns, and nightclubs, to obtain responsible alcohol service certification, such as Serve Safe Alcohol or an equivalent recognized program. These training programs provide alcohol servers with practical tools to recognize the visible signs of intoxication, identify and prevent service to underage individuals, responsibly refuse service when necessary, and reduce the risk of alcohol-related harm to patrons. Many jurisdictions across the United States have incorporated responsible beverage service training to the alcohol regulatory frameworks. For example, Rhode Island, Alaska, DC, and New Mexico require alcohol servers to complete approved training programs designed to help identify visible intoxication and prevent overservice, while jurisdictions such as Puerto Rico and other tourism-driven areas strongly encourage similar certification as part of responsible alcohol service practice. Establishing a similar requirement in the Virgin Islands would complement the legislation by promoting responsible service practices, enhancing public safety, and providing clear guidance to licensees. However, as you consider the practical implementation of this legislation, we note two important considerations. First, in situations where an individual consumes alcohol in multiple establishments, commonly referred to as bar hopping, determining which establishment service contributed to the intoxication may be complex. Clarifying how the liabilities are apportioned in these circumstances would ensure fairness and avoid unintended consequences for the licensees. Second, the department recommends responsible alcoholic service certification, it is also important to approve training programs that are accessible within the territory, including both in-person and online options, so that establishments can comply in a timely and practical manner. By addressing these considerations, narrowing who may bring claims, clarifying the evidentiary standard, and encouraging responsible service practices through training and certification, this bill strikes a thoughtful balance between protecting innocent victims and providing a clear expectation for alcohol service establishment. It promotes responsible service without creating unnecessary or overly broad liability. The DLCA remains committed to working with the committee and the legislature to refine the language of this bill and ensure that it is implemented in a manner that protects both the public interest and the rights of licensed businesses throughout the territory. We thank you again for the opportunity to testify. My team and I are happy to answer any questions that this committee may have.
Thank you. As it pertains to, I don't see Mr. Hadra testimony for this.
I do not have written testimony. I'll answer any question and I'll put my thoughts on the record. And I also don't have a association I speak for. I'm speaking for myself.
Thank you. I don't see Attorney Marocha or Attorney Tadman. No, you didn't. Attorney, hey, did you have testimony?
Senator Lewis, I have the ability to provide brief testimony, though it would echo the Commissioner of DLCA's testimony.
So you don't have
and I can also answer any questions.
So you don't have written testimony to be submitted today?
no, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. As it pertains to Bill number 36.0115, Commissioner Hadri may proceed with your testimony.
One second, I'm getting that. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Senator Earle Lewis, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, esteemed members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, committee members, non-committee members present, the listening and the viewing audience. I am Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Joining me today are Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, and Director of Enforcement, Wilbur Francis. We thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 36-0115, which proposes to amend Title 27, Chapter 9, Section 304 of the Virgin Islands Code to authorize the department to physically close a business when it is determined that the business is causing a nuisance, presents a threat to safety, or is disturbing the peace. The department appreciates the legislature's attention to the growing concern of businesses that repeatedly create disturbances within our communities or operate in a manner that threatens public safety. We support the intent of this bill and believe it provides a necessary tool to allow the department to respond more quickly when a business poses an immediate risk to the public. Under Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, the DLCA is charged with administering consumer protection laws and regulating private businesses operating within the territory. Similarly, under Title 27, Chapter 9, the Commissioner is responsible for granting, denying, suspending, and revoking business licenses issued in the Virgin Islands. Our current enforcement framework, however, relies largely on administrative proceedings that require notice and a hearing before sanctions may be imposed. While these safeguards are essential to protecting the rights of business owners, they can limit the department's ability to act quickly when a business is actively creating dangerous conditions or repeatedly disturbing the surrounding communities. This bill helps to address the gap. It gives the department the ability to act in a real time when necessary. And that is something we believe is both appropriate and needed. At the same time, because the authority is significant, it is important that the bill clearly outlines how and when it should be used. Doing so will not only protect the rights of business owners, but also ensure that the department's actions are consistent, transparent, and legally sound. Because the bill proposes to amend Section 304, which already governs the denial, suspension, and revocation of business licenses, the new authority must be structured in a way that complements the existing administrative framework established in this section. To strengthen the bill, the department recommends the following. First, the department recommends clarifying evidentiary standard under which an emergency closure may be issued. Given that this authority is intended to address immediate threats to public safety, order, and the peaceful enjoyment of property, the statute should specify that such action may be taken when the Commissioner determines, based upon credible evidence or probable cause, that continued operation of the business poses an immediate danger or constitutes a continuing nuisance. To that end, we recommend including language such as the Commissioner may issue an emergency order temporarily closing a business when the department determines, based upon credible evidence or probable cause, that the continued operation of the business constitutes a public nuisance, presents an immediate threat to public safety, or is causing repeated disturbances of the peace. This language establishes a clear and defensible threshold while preserving the department's ability to act quickly. Additionally, the department recommends that the bill include a definition of the term nuisance to promote consistency in enforcement and avoid ambiguity. As currently written, the term may be subject to varying interpretations. Thus, we recommend defining nuisance as the conduct or conditions arising from the operation of a business that unreasonably interfere with the health, safety, or peaceful enjoyment of property by the public or the surrounding community, including but not limited to repeated disturbances, excessive noise, illegal activity, or unsafe conditions. Providing a clear definition will help ensure that this authority is applied consistently and is grounded in objective, observable conditions. Second, the department recommends that immediately following the opening clause of the proposed subsection L, the bill include language substantially similar to the following. The commissioner may issue an emergency order temporarily closing a business when the department determines, based upon credible evidence or probable cause, that the continued operations of the business constitutes a public nuisance, presents an immediate threat to public safety, or is causing repeated disturbances of the peace. This language establishes a clear evidentiary threshold while preserving the department's ability to respond quickly to urgent circumstances. Third, we recommend clarifying how closure orders are served and enforced, particularly when the owner, the operator, the person in control of the establishment is not present. We suggest language providing that the order may be served on the license holder, manager, or person in control, and if unavailable, by posting the order at the business and sending it via certified mail. To address this issue, the following language could be added immediately after the written order requirement. The emergency closure order shall be served upon the license holder, manager, or person in control of the premises. If such person cannot be located, the order may be served by posting the order prominently at the place of business, and by sending a copy via certified mail to the last known address of the license holder. This provision ensures that adequate notice is provided even when the license holder, business principal, manager, or person in control of the premises is not immediately available. Fourth, it is important to clarify that the authority is temporary and preventative, not a final determination. The purpose is to immediately halt harmful activity while due process proceeds. Accordingly, the department recommends language stating that the closure remains in effect only until administrative hearing is conducted and a determination is made regarding whether the business may reopen with conditions, or remain closed. This clarification helps ensure that the authority functions as an emergency protective measure rather than a final sanction. The department also recommends setting a clear time frame for when a hearing must take place after a business is temporarily closed. This is important because it ensures that the business owners have a fair opportunity to be heard, while also keeping the process moving quickly towards a resolution. We suggest that the hearing be held within 5 business days of the closure. This gives the department enough time to act, but also provides the business owners with a clear and reasonable timeline. Just as importantly, we believe businesses should have the opportunity to reopen even before that hearing if they correct the issue. If the problem is fixed, there should be a path to getting back into compliance and reopening as soon as possible. Fifth, the department also believes it will be helpful for the legislation to clarify how this authority interacts with the department's existing powers to suspend or to revoke a license under Section 304. Currently, Section 304 governs the denial, suspension, and revocation of business licenses following an administrative proceedings. By placing the emergency closure authority within the same section, the legislature has appropriately tied the new enforcement tool to the existing administrative framework. To reinforce this connection, the department recommends adding the following language near the end of the proposed subsection. Nothing in this subsection shall limit the authority of the department to initiate proceedings for the suspension, revocation, or modification of a business license pursuant to this section. This language ensures that emergency closure orders can serve as an initial step in a broader enforcement process when warranted. Finally, the department recommends including language that supports coordination with other agencies such as the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Fire Emergency Medical Services, and other relevant entities. In many cases involving threats to safety or public disturbances, effective enforcement depends on a coordinated action. The following language would promote effective interagency cooperation and ensure closure orders that can be safely implemented. The Commissioner may request the assistance of the Virgin Islands Police Department or other appropriate government agency in enforcing an emergency closure order issued pursuant to this subsection. In closing, this legislation gives the department a tool we do not currently have, but one that is increasingly needed. The situation where businesses are not just out of compliance, but are actively disrupting the community or creating an unsafe condition. In those moments, the government must be able to act. At the same time, we recognize that this is a significant authority. That is why it is equally important that the law clearly defines how and when it is used, ensure that every action that is taken is fair, transparent, and grounded in due process. With the recommended clarifications, this bill can strike that balance, providing that the department with a strong, effective enforcement tool while safeguarding the rights of business owners. This department remains committed to work with the committee and the legislation to refine the language of this bill and ensure that it is implemented in a manner that protects both the public interest and the rights of the licensed businesses throughout the territory. Once again, I thank you, and my team and I are here and happy to answer any questions that this committee might have.
Thank you. Ms. Francis, you have testimony?
Yes,
You
Senator.
may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Chair Senator Avery Lewis, members of the committee, distinguished government officials, and fellow testifiers. My name is Rashida Francis, and I appear before you today on behalf of the residents of Old Tutu, Hidden Valley, Anna's Retreat, Estate Thomas, Bovoni, and surrounding communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on an issue that directly impacts the health, safety, and quality of life of many Virgin Islands families. The enforcement of Act number 8682, our Territory's Noise Ordinance, and proposed bill number 36-0115, if approved, that will allow the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to revoke the business license of business owners found in violation. Let me begin by grounding this issue as a public health issue. According to the National Institute of Deafness and Other Communication Disorders, consistent exposure to noise levels at or above 85 decibels can cause hearing loss. Yet, under Act number 8682, businesses are permitted to operate at sound levels up to 90 decibels during certain hours. So today, we are not simply discussing noise. We are discussing the public nuances, health, safety, and long-term harm to both residents and workers. Let me also say this clearly. This is not a case where the Virgin Islands lack a law, nor is this an attempt for disgruntled residents to harass business owners. This is a case where the burden of enforcing the law has fallen on the residents instead of the government agencies that the law tasks to do so. The issue is not abstract. The communities most affected on the island of St. Thomas are Estate Thomas, Tutu Anna's Retreat, Bovoni Nada, and surrounding areas. These are homes to many Black Native Virgin Islanders, including seniors who qualified for housing through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority programs in the 70s that were designed to assist individuals in obtaining the opportunity to achieve home ownership. These are first and second generation homeowners, retired government and public servants, business owners, our grandparents, godparents, neighbors, mothers, and fathers. They have worked their entire life to achieve homeownership and stability. They have earned the right to live in peace. Additionally, employees working within these business establishments are also being impacted, as many are exposed to prolonged high noise levels without adequate hearing protection, safety measures, or insurance coverages. Lastly, children are being affected by this issue. Each time a bar, tavern, or nightclub hosts an event within 500 feet of a residential area at the decibel range that Act 8682 allows, within the time frame allowed, many parents are reporting to the enforcement officer that their children, many parents are reporting to the enforcement officer that responds to their complaint that their children have school in the morning and cannot sleep. The severity of this issue becomes more complicated for parents with children who have sensory concerns, other developmental disabilities, or medical conditions that heightens their sensitivity to noise. Private daycare centers are at risk should a bar tavern license owner decide to host events at noise decibels that the law allows during the day. Despite the existence of Act 8682, the current system effectively shifts enforcement responsibility on to residents. Here is what that looks like in real life. Residents only have a weekly 4-hour block with no noise, typically on Sunday and Monday mornings between 3 a.m. and 6:59 a.m. Residents must call VIPD, DLCA, or DOH to report noise ordinance violations and other issues caused when businesses host events or activities like bingo, dances, or if the owner decides to play loud music, causing there to be an influx of patrons, loud noises over a speaker, or bands placed on the outside in an open area of the establishment. Most violations occur after hours, beginning around 5 p.m. when many of these agencies are closed, leaving residents with no option but to call 911, which dispatches VIPD. Unfortunately, VIPD officers do not always show up with a device to measure noise as stipulated by the law, nor do the responding officer take the readings from residents who may have the appropriate device on hand, which the law allows. When officers arrive on the scene, they measure the noise from 100 feet away from a designated point from the property of the establishment and not from the home of the resident who is making the complaint. This is because Act 8682 does not allow them to measure from the point of the complaint or use their discretion to include in their investigation information from the persons making the complaint. This results in officers finding that business owners are not in violation of the law upon arrival. They do ask business owners to turn the music down in an effort to maintain peace. As they leave, some businesses turn the sound back up. VIPD is the only agency that provides confirmation that a report was filed. However, residents must pay a minimum of $20 to obtain that report. The other agencies do not consistently provide written documentation or follow up with residents to confirm that after-hour complaints were received or addressed. This is not a coordinated enforcement system. Even though Act 8682 states that the Virgin Islands Police Department shall coordinate the noise complaint response by all agencies, and that VIPD shall designate a noise prevention and control officer to coordinate the responsibilities of the Department of Health, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. In actuality, this has become a situation where residents are being forced to manage enforcement themselves. Through our town hall meeting in November of 2025 and subsequent meetings with government agencies, several critical gaps were identified as follows. 1. Lack of coordination. The noise prevention and control officer required by law has not been clearly designated, identified, or made accessible to residents, resulting in fragmented enforcement and frustration to residents. 2. A landlord loophole. Commercial landlords can obtain approval for one type of business and later lease to bar, taverns, or nightclubs without undergoing a new permitting or zoning process. This includes both private and government-owned properties. Landlords are not held accountable even when violations occur. Act 8682 currently only speaks to licensed carriers. No pre-opening compliance. Soundproofing is not required before a business opens. Instead, residents must endure ongoing disturbances and repeated violations. 4. Weak interagency communication. VIPD, DLCA, and DOH do not operate within a shared real-time complaint tracking system, which results in violations remaining at the warning stage. 5. Underutilization of DPNR. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources is underutilized in addressing noise ordinance concerns, particularly in development and oversight of land use, issuance of citations, and the determinations related to licensure status. This creates a critical gap in enforcement and accountability. 5. Lack of language in existing laws for mobile businesses. Currently, there is no enforceable language that regulates party buses and safaris, use of music with regards to the type of license these commercial businesses should have, penalties that will be imposed should an owner-operator be found in violation of the law, and at what point can enforcement officers take them off the road. Lastly, the law does not speak to a designated route that these vehicles would be required to take when transporting their customers. The impact of these gaps extends far beyond inconvenience. Residents are experiencing chronic sleep disruption, stress and fatigue, reduced productivity, and a diminished quality of life. In some cases, verbal conflicts have aroused between homeowners and business owners. We all understand that individuals require 6 to 8 hours of sleep for proper health and functioning. However, the current enforcement reality, residents are left with minimal guaranteed quiet time. Additionally, the law does not adequately account for outdoor performances, wind direction, elevation, which allows noise to travel well beyond intended areas and into residential communities. Employees working in these establishments are also at risk. They are often exposed to prolonged noise levels exceeding safe thresholds without required hearing protection, enforcement safety standards, or adequate insurance coverage. This is both a public health issue and a labor concern. Residents are not asking for businesses to shut down. Residents are asking for the law to work as intended. Specifically, residents are asking that businesses meet compliance requirements before opening by enclosing and soundproofing areas where music, loud microphones, and large crowds will gather. They are asking that landlords, including government agencies like property and procurement, are held accountable and made to perform regular inspections of their tenants that include records of complaints to ensure that they are following the law. Residents are also asking that landlords be required to cite the applicable laws that impact their commercial tenants' opportunities to operate the business in the Virgin Islands and the penalties that both the landlord and tenant faces if a violation occurs, and remedies that the landlord will implement to resolve that matter at the time that the lease agreement is executed. Noise ordinance violations be taken into consideration by DLCA when reissuing business licenses, and corrective action plans be in place if and when a business gets to a second violation and fine. We are asking that the law spells out whether violations start over once a license is renewed or if the business moves to a new location. We are asking that enforcement agencies coordinate effectively. We are asking that the complaints specific to Act 8682 and Bill number 36-0115, if passed, are documented, tracked, and provided to residents at no cost. We are asking that periodic town hall meetings be held with residents when an identified number of noise complaints have been made in their area or a new type of business wants to set up in the area that could potentially create a disturbance. And most importantly, we are asking that residents are no longer forced to carry the burden of enforcement. In closing, honorable senators, this is a moment of opportunity. Act number 8682 was created to balance economic activity with community well-being. Right now, the balance is not being achieved. But with stronger enforcement, clearer accountability, and targeted legislative amendments, it can be restored. The people of the Virgin Islands should not have to fight for peace in their own homes. They deserve rest, safety, dignity, and a government system that works on their behalf. On behalf of the residents of 022 Hidden Valley, Anna's Retreat, Estate Thomas, Buvoni, and surrounding communities, I respectfully urge you to take action to ensure that Act number 8682 is enforced fairly, and that the amendments made through Bill number 36-0115 are consistent and effective. Please give my godmother Maxine Fleming, a breast cancer survivor and a retiree, and other homeowners like Ms. Sandhill Elsko, Mr. Ottley Joseph, Ms. Elfa Hernandez, and countless others who have been battling this issue for years, some relief relief that allows them to finally enjoy their homes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. Thank you for your consideration and for extending the invitation. I will remain to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Mr. Cricky, you had testimony here today?
I didn't have a written testimony.
Okay, so you remain for questions? No problem. Colleagues, I exhaust all the testimony here for both bills, and we'll go to a 5-minute round of Mr. Hadjot.
Am I able to put anything on the record?
No, not without a testimony.
All right.
At this time. Okay? So we'll go to a 5-minute round, colleagues, starting with Senator Novalee Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening to everyone, and thank you for your testimony. I'm having a little difficulty in both of these measures before us this evening, and I'll continue to deliberate and contemplate on these measures before us. Ms. Rashida Francis, we're going to send you a bill.
Good evening, Senator.
We're going to send you a bill for all the time that you spent on that testimony this evening. But I wanted to let you know that Act 8682, which I'm the author of, don't require no more law. It may need an amendment and tweaking here and there, but I went through many, many iterations, meetings with all of stakeholders in respect to this, and what we really need is enforcement. Hence, some of the difficulties that we're seeing there with respect to that. Mr. Hodge, I know that as a bar owner, a restaurant owner, you said that you had some thoughts on this particular piece of legislation. Can I pick your brain and see what some of your thoughts may be?
Thank you very much, Senator. First and foremost, and with all due respect, I find it unfortunate that I am the only bar owner here apparently invited today, like I'm the token one to speak for all, but I can't. They should be flooded with these tax-paying business owners, and they all should have a chance for due process and a chance to speak their mind to what's being proposed for them. As far as the first bill, I have serious concerns with it. It appears to be an attempt to shift personal liability and culpability from the person that's making the decision to consume alcohol to the business owner. The law as it stands right now directly deals with the person who has to be an adult to make the decision and their adult decision that they're making to consume alcohol. This law or this amendment seeks to go and shift that burden from the person who should be culpable to the business owner. I don't know how any business of this type will be able to afford to stay open if they truly do a business plan and have a liability cancellation for what this can mean to them financially. Not to mention, it is subjective at best. What does visible intoxication look like? Who can define that? Who can set a standard for that? Who can say that I know that everyone looks the same in that condition? It seems utterly impossible to even to assess. Not to mention, we speak of jurisdictions in the mainland that have this, where people drive for 30 minutes so they stay to one location and drink for the whole night. They do bar hop here. So how do we account for that? The bartender, no matter what training they receive, will be taught to look at the condition of the person when they first arrive. How are they to know what level of alcohol intake that person has had before they got to that business? And we're asking bartenders to make these evaluations on in a split minute. It just seems to me that this shift of personal responsibility
1 minute.
and culpability is not only most difficult to monitor and assess, but it is definitely a hardship to put on a business. It makes no sense. The other one, I'm going to say two comments about it. One, St. Thomas for sure, it is impossible to have an outside event in this island that does not impact a residential community. Impossible. Your body will have to stop holding fish fries in the parking lot because people are disrupted by those sound systems when it happens. It can't happen. And in addition to that, right, to put one body, or better yet, most of the businesses that you're referencing actually exist because some variance was granted by this body of your predecessors. And to give a variance, allow them to make the investments in the establishment, change the rules, is a hardship for sure. But I do hope that you'll have another session where the people impacted the most have a chance. Not the most, because the residents are impacted. And I'll be the first to admit, one of my businesses, I went in the neighboring neighborhood to hear what they're complaining about. And no doubt, I could hear conversations at tables. That's how the island is bold and the sound travels. So we have people complain about the cruise ships blowing horns to the police when they sound the horn when they're leaving. Those complaints come in. I mean, where does it stop? Where is the balance? The balance has to be found.
Senator France, you have a follow-up question?
Just real quickly, I wanted to go to Attorney Pate to weigh in on it, but I also wanted to ask Commissioner Hodge real quickly if she could give me an example of a nuisance situation. Can you give me an example of a business that may be causing a nuisance? What does that look like in your mind, on your thoughts and your deliberation in terms of preparing for your testimony? What have you seen as what would you say as causing a nuisance?
Good afternoon or good evening, Senator. Thank you for that question. That is a good question. We have instances especially on St. Thomas, where bar establishments maybe, I have one instance. Okay, so I'm going to call the bar name. However, they would have the speakers on the outside of the establishment, and they just played at the very, very, very loud. And it disturbs the community on either side. I witnessed December this particular establishment with the bars just playing, with the speakers on the outside. And VIPD had to come and shut them down on more than one occasion. We received the phone calls, we received the complaints. We would tell the community to call 911. And what we're doing now is just tracking the amount of time we get these calls, but then we have to go through the administrative process. But you have establishments on St. Thomas, especially in St. Thomas, that will place the speakers on the outside that are in the nuisances.
But would you agree that we have currently have legislation or laws on the books to gauge, guide, and protect, be able to give you some enforcement teeth in being able to address that particular issue?
I do.
Very well. Mr. Chair, if you would just allow for Attorney Pate to weigh in on the other measure on your time, please. I'll appreciate it.
Go ahead, Attorney Pate.
Thank you. I'm Attorney Russell Pate. I've practiced nearly 20 years in the Virgin Islands. I've been Vice President of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. Very bad feedback. I'll continue. Let me see if I'll move a little further away. Okay. Thank you. you again. Russell Pate, I'm an attorney in the Virgin Islands. I've been practicing here almost 20 years. And I've been twice president of the Bar Association. I wanted to speak briefly to Bill 360113. Mr. Hugo Hodge had talked about balance, and I think it's important to realize that 47 out of 50 states have what's called over-service of alcohol laws. They're also known as dram shop laws. That's the balance throughout the United States, is that the reason these laws exist, as the commissioner of DLCA said, is to protect the innocent. If you notice the amount of vehicle accidents that happen in the Virgin Islands, it's very high for our per capita, much like the murder rate. And the people who are injured are the people who are driving safely with their family or their children, and those are the people who are hurt by drunk drivers. Now, another thing that Mr. Hugo Hodge had spot about was that no one, there's not enough bar owners here and no one's been speaking to the bill and it needs to be looked at further. Well, originally, the Virgin Islands had over-service of alcohol laws through the common law. So prior to 2013, when there was over-service of alcohol, attorneys could bring a case under what's called common law negligence or premises liability, where the bar did something that was unreasonable and outside the normal course and scope of reasonable conduct, or under premises liability that it was a dangerous condition was created. That all changed in 2013 when Senator Sean Michael Malone did an on-the-floor amendment, and he took Florida law, which is essentially a law that protects no one. It makes because of the standard that's so archaic, that says you have to be habitually addicted, which is you are unable to prove in modern day court because it requires pretty much a medical diagnosis, which someone would not have. That was an on-the-floor amendment that got passed, and I remember talking with Senator Barshinger after that. Why did this get through the legislature in 2013? And he said, well, we were told it was going to protect innocent people. I said, well, it did the opposite. It essentially made it a free-for-all. Any bar can serve somebody as much as you want and get them as drunk as they want, and then shut the bar down and essentially throw the keys to the person and say, get home. That's unreasonable, and that's why 47 states protect their citizens. Now, I know when people say people made a choice to drink, well, that you can say the same thing where there's rape cases where women are intoxicated and they didn't have consent, and the law recognizes that because of their intoxication. And in many states, the law recognizes that when people are so intoxicated that they don't have the ability to continue to consent. They're being given drinks and their mental faculties are so distorted they have no control, and that's why these laws exist. People who are hurt now that are innocent, who bears that burden? Who pays for that? Generally the government or the taxpayers, because most people in the Virgin Islands are driving with a 1020 auto insurance policy that was set in 1991. So anytime that you have any type of drunk driving accident that is mildly serious, you're going to run up over a $10,000 bill. And if you go to court on that, you're looking at a $10,000 cap to cover that bill. And I can't go into specifics, but I've had clients that were driving to church, the 5 o'clock service in the morning, and they were crashed into by a drunk driver. This was back when I was on St. Thomas at from a specific bar that overserved. I won't name that. And the driver had her arm broken, and that was a $50,000 surgery. The insurance policy is $10,000. Who paid that extra cost? The family, the innocent family did, and government services did, which means the taxpayers did. Are people in the Virgin Islands worth less than people in New York or Massachusetts or California or the 47 other states? Is your child, is your daughter, is your spouse, your grandparent or godmother worth less here? Are they less worthy of protection? No. We should return to a standard that 47 other states have and what the Virgin Islands had prior to 2013. We should not incentivize dangerous overservice. And I know that, some of the testimony talks about, how do you determine this? How do you figure this out? Oh, it's so hard. Well, it's not. 47 other states do it. There's law out there. And secondly, there's TIPS programming, and TIPS is an alcohol training system that's used here in the Virgin Islands. So I'll finish with that. I can answer questions more, but this just fixes a hole. The other two attorneys that weren't here, but I know them very well. Attorney Nate Maroka, he practiced in Illinois before moving here and having his office right in Christiansted. He was shocked to see that we didn't really have a dram shop overservice of alcohol law. And Kareem Todman is an attorney from St. Thomas that grew up there. He's been practicing in Georgia, and he's trying to return to St. Thomas, and he practices in the Virgin Islands. And even Georgia has an overservice of alcohol law. And he was shocked to realize that we don't have one. And so this is something to protect Virgin Islanders. Thank you, Senator Francis.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to also put on the record that as the bill sponsor for bill number 36-113, we did send a letter to the chairman, and I'm sure the chairman's efficient two-body staff included other bar restaurant owners, but you, Mr. Hodge, was the only one who showed up. That happens. Mr. Akil Peterson? So we did send it out, and I'm sure the chairman and his able staff did. But I really want to thank you for putting your position on the record, Mr. Hodge, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for your response, but just for the record, Mr. Akil Peterson do not own the Pelican Shop anymore. The bar was sold, and your office was notified about that. I don't know. Not me. Senator Francis Heilager, you're recognized for your point of information. Oh, sorry. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to all the testifiers. I'm in support of both bills. Bill number 36-0113. Under the proposed bill, liability would only apply in narrow, specific circumstances when a business serves alcohol to someone who is visibly intoxicated or under the legal drinking age. You know, alcoholism and the alcoholics, you know, I've noticed that they typically have a trait, and I always tell this to my sons. I have 4 sons. I always tell them, it's real easy to know if someone is an alcoholic. Just buy them the first drink. Yeah, just buy them the first drink. And then they typically want to drink the whole rest of the night. And so it's a way of controlling them. They will be controlled that, listen, you can't go into this bar or this restaurant or this establishment and drink. You're drunk, you need to go home, and you should get a designated driver. Because it is true, the drunken drivers, and I had a similar bill where we lowered the blood alcohol level from 0.08% to 0.04% for certain individuals. And so this bill complements, and I congratulate the bill sponsor, because, you know, when you're drunk, you need to go home, get a designated driver. You cause accidents, you kill innocent people, or you cause innocent people to be maimed, or, you know, there's testimony, you know, get a broken hand, have major surgery, you know. So this bill protects the businesses by barring the intoxicated persons themselves from suing. That's right. That's very important because, you know, somebody will go to your bar, get drunk, knowing that they drunk, go drive, and then get in an accident and then turn around and sue the business. They can't sue. Okay, so this will make sure that the business know, and the owner, after this is passed, the owner of the business will tell the bar servers, listen, if X comes in here, if they appear to be drunk, and the bill recommends, you know, certain standards, that you don't serve them anymore. And then if they get upset, because, you know, some drunk people, you refuse to sell them, you know, they're going to want to cause an argument. Yes, I've seen it. So this is a good bill. Bill number 36-0115. This is good because it gives the Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the DLCA Commissioner, direct enforcement power to close such a business. And all you got to do is close the business once, right? And the business owner is going to want to control this noise and these issues that comes out in the community. And there was a recent meeting, you know, over in the country. I don't want to name a location, but it's close to a school where a resident came to me and they complained about the noise in that area. There was a meeting. I don't want to give this specific. So this strengthens the DLCA's ability to protect Virgin Islands community from harmful and disruptive business operation. And I want to corroborate what the commissioner said about those businesses. There are certain businesses, and I've seen it.
1 minute.
They have these big speaker boxes, and they turn them outside, you know, and it's blasting, and it's late at night, you know, and it really disturbs the peace. So I'm glad that the bill sponsor has proposed both of these, and I am definitely in favor, because now you will be able to shut down the business when it's found to cause a nuisance, posing a threat to public safety, or disturbing the peace. So this bill adds an amendment and a new subsection to the existing law, granting the commissioner of the DLCA the power to close the business and strengthen the enforcement. I just want to caution the businesses that if you have someone that don't particularly like this business owner, that you got to be careful and monitor that this one business here is being singled out for the enforcement, whereas the one next door, who happen to be a cousin or aunt or uncle or something, ain't getting the same enforcement standard. So let's give you the power and then monitor your folks, your staff, to make sure that, hey, you know, they ain't want to shut down this one here all the time, but the other one ain't getting shut down. So these are two good bills. And at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote in favor. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for your time. Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
You have various categories that businesses register under. And some of those categories allow for businesses to have indoor and outdoor music. Am I correct or incorrect?
That is correct.
Now, what are some of the businesses that have, some of the categories that have outdoor privileges? Some of the categories.
I will defer to Assistant Commissioner Graham.
Yes, hi. Good evening. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. It's not that we have specific categories that allow for outdoor activities. Under the noise ordinance, the previous hard, soundproof, and enclosed language had been amended to give specific decibel designations. And based on that, let's say a cabaret or even a nightclub, if there is no disturbance or if the individuals operating do not go under or above rather the noise threshold, approval could be granted for that activity. And so we have a number of businesses who operate within the space of an open door deck or outside type environment. As we know, the U.S. Virgin Islands, it has quite a bit of businesses that wish to have that outdoor vibe, and we have allowed them to do so as long as they stay compliant.
That didn't answer my question. How many are your different variances? Because people have come down there. When I was administrator and I work along with your team out there in the field, there were different businesses that had different categories of license that allowed them to have outdoor music, whatever you want to call it. But they still had to come in compliance with the time frame of the noise ordinance law.
Right, so that's what let me reiterate, Senator, you are correct. But what I'm explaining is that there's no license category that specify outdoor activity.
So all of them could have outdoor music.
The two categories that I just mentioned, and you are correct, is let's say someone has a nightclub, but they are not in an area that is prohibited, and or a cabaret license that allows for live entertainment. And it's not outside of the requirement. We would grant them the license, and they must comply with the noise ordinance, and that's basically what we do.
So while the bill talks about bars, we also have grocery stores. Grocery stores that sells liquor, and people sit in front of these bars, these stores all day consuming. So the bill addresses that too, like we took that into consideration as well. Commissioner Hatch, are we going to, the bill would apply to these grocery stores as well too?
Hatch for licensing and consumer affairs, and we are speaking about bill number 36-0113, right?
Yes. We talked about. One second, Commissioner Hatch. We talk about the bartenders visibly knowing that you had too much, and I'm driving by in St. Thomas as well, and seeing there's grocery stores that's selling alcohol, and people sitting down in front of them consuming it all day long. How do we trace back to them? How do we trace back to when we have functions and so forth as well? I understand. If we're going to save a life, we're going to save the life completely.
Okay. No, it doesn't mention grocery stores or gas retailers.
Or gatherings.
Gas stations have to do the same thing you say.
Or gatherings.
Or gatherings. No,
Good.
it just mentioned bar and restaurants.
And the one thing I've always advocated for, Commissioner Hatch, is that I feel that you as a commissioner of licensing and consumer affairs should have more teeth in terms of, yes, revocation of licenses or suspending licenses as well, but across the board, to be fair, across the board, not just targeting noise or alcohol. We have other infraction in businesses. We have people open businesses selling daily, and all you could tell them is cease and desist because you have to go through a procedure. We need to sit down in here as lawmakers and review the whole thing in its entirety and move forward. If we're going to be fair. But, if I continue, they're going to say, I favor one set over another set, so I'm going to relax. But the truth is the truth. If we're going to give you autonomy over everything, we're going to give it to you the right way. We got businesses out there. Anyhow, Senator Alma Francis, I'd like to recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good evening to my colleagues, the people of the Territory, the testifiers, those here in the well. As it relates to Bill 36-0113, I do understand what this legislation intends to do, but I do have some concerns as to the outline of it. I want to know how exactly or who would be able to determine if these things were followed. So, for example, a bartender happens to sell a drink and the person leaves. And how do you trace it back to them? Because you don't know if that person stopped by a grocery store and picked up another bottle. How do we enforce this? Because this is going to be my greatest concern. I have been to events where people are selling alcohol to people attending right over there in the parking lot. And people walk away very drunk. And how do we account for situations like that? My colleague spoke about the grocery stores. I mean, there's a whole slew of things. And if we're going to be looking at this from a protection standpoint, not only from the person who could potentially be intoxicated, but also for the safety of the public, we have to do it across the board. We can't just target one segment of the community and pretend, okay, we're going to put the onus on bars and bartenders, but the liquor store clerk or the clerk in a grocery store gets away, but somebody loses a life because, oh, well, the law didn't cover them. You know, we have to do things holistically in here because there has to have a happy balance. I am for protection, but I'm also for being fair. And I think that's where we might have to review this particular piece of legislation to make sure that there's some kind of happy balance across the board, because we can't send it out of here in its current form. That's my thought process on that particular piece of legislation. As it relates to 36-0115, I have had multiple conversations with several constituents in this territory. I mean, from down in the West, Estate Thomas, out in the country. I mean, they call me on a regular basis. We have these conversations. As a matter of fact, I was attempting to try to do something similar, but I was told my colleague had already preempted. But what I have a problem with this, it's too vague. That's my major issue. It's kind of just open. And I listened to what the commissioner had to say, and I agree with a lot of her points where there needs to be some type, this is a one sentence situation. When you read it, it just says one sentence. And I could see the amount of issues that could come about legally if this is not done correctly. And at the end of the day, we have to do it correctly so that it could have that punch. Because we don't want to put something in the code that somebody could legally get away with and say, hey, you come after me in a particular way. How is it I know what was your justification for claiming that you shutting me down? There's nothing here. There's no promulgation as to any justification. And in a court of law, that's like a he say, she say. And that's a dangerous thing. So I want that if somebody gets shut down, they understand what they're being shut down for. They understand that this is the rules, this is the regulations. And I like some of what the commissioner suggested that we do with this piece of legislation to give it that punch, so that the residents of this territory that have been suffering actually have something you could bite into instead of just one sentence that is so vague and it leaves it open for interpretation and potential lawsuits. I'm just going to be honest with you. Now, I am going to tell you, I was coming from country the other day and I was driving down Raccoon Hill and there was this noise. My God, my car was rumbling driving down Raccoon Hill. I didn't even think it was possible. I don't know where the noise was coming from, For I was like, my God, I can't imagine people. I said, this is what my constituents keep calling me about. Because I was just a driver passing by and I experienced it. So I can't imagine people doing this day in, day out, just trying to sleep. I've had conversation. Could I just quickly wrap up, Mr. Chair? I think I heard time. I have had conversation with constituents who have complained about their grandchildren having to get up in the morning to go to school, and these children are so rattled because this noise is going on till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And the only question I want to ask before I close off, because, you know, it's night and we're trying to wrap up. Our laws currently require quite a bit of these business to be soundproof. It's already on the books. So for me, this is starting to sound like an enforcement issue. Because if you already have these things on the books and they're not being enforced, we could create 100 of these laws and it ain't gonna matter. Because unless the laws we already have are being enforced, and maybe if they were being enforced, there would have never been a need for this to be created. So this has to boil back down to enforcement for me, because I can't see where somebody have a constantly making noise, the police show up, they turn it down, and the minute the police go to... So that means you are fully aware that it's happening. Why aren't police going with recorders and recording these things and catching them in the act so they can't say they didn't do it? These are things that could be done to prove your case. But, you know, I understand the intent. All I'm saying is these things need to be cleaned up a little bit more so that they could have the punch and the effect that needs to have. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Hi, Lega. And Mr. Hodge, I know you and Ms. Francis want to weigh in here. Give me a minute. Let me acknowledge a point of information here. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much. I just want to be clear because I don't think we really read in, especially Bill number 36-0113. I know it was mentioned about the grocery stores and the like. This bill is so broad. It doesn't even mention any bar and restaurant. It clearly states that the intoxicated person was visibly intoxicated at the time the alcoholic beverage was sold or furnished. It doesn't mention a bar. It doesn't mention nothing about any bar. So that could be any establishment. And I was hoping that the commissioner would have highlighted that and to look and see that, you know, that wasn't just singling out any bars and restaurants. This bill is applicable to any establishments, any type of establishment, because they too have that responsibility. So that's one of the things I wanted to clear up. And regarding bill number 36-0115, I reached out to the commissioner a while back so I could have get help to really strengthen it. And so all of the commissioners, this was from November of last year, I didn't get an answer because I like to work in a team. I don't like when we don't have teamwork, because I know when you're working as a team, that makes the dream work. And to get things properly vetted, I didn't get an answer from the commissioner on the 2 attempts that I sent the bill. But I'm happy today that we have something in writing so that now I could proceed, and I've already entered all of these amendments to legal counsel after I received the testimony. So I'm very thankful, Commissioner, to see your comments today so that we could definitely strengthen this, because it is a nuisance, and like I always say, who feels it knows it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hugo Hodge. You wanted to put something on the record?
Couple of things. One, I appreciate Attorney Tate's data on the 47 or 50 says 50 or 50 have the drinking age of 21, but I don't see us here making that change proposed any place around here right now, right? Additionally, right, it seems unfair to make a comment about a bar profiting more by selling to someone intoxicated and not mentioning that attorneys make more when you have more legal claims and more ways to file suit against other individuals. I think everybody stands to profit by what we're looking at here. And the last thing I want to say at this time is I have a friend that I'm dealing with right now in the mainland that's suffering from alcoholism, right? And it's not to be simplified, right, as something that you could just buy somebody a drink and watch what they do. Alcoholism is a disease, all right? It's called alcohol use disorder, and then they call it alcoholism for short. And there's like 5 types of alcoholics, right? There's a functioning, there's intermediate, familiar, subtype. There's like several types. I had to do this research to help my friend in what he's dealing with right now. So let's not just make it seem like it's something you could just look at somebody and tell, because there are people that are functional alcoholics that you don't know what they're doing. I know people right now that go to work with a coffee cup and there's no coffee in the cup. All right? From one of the stores you were mentioning earlier, daily. All right? So let's take this thing. If we're going to be serious about something, let's be serious about it, but let's not make it seem like the bars and the restaurants, which is what it seems is being targeted in this, is what's being targeted in this bill. All right.
Thank you. So, Ms. Francis?
Yes, thank you, Senator. I wasn't invited to testify on Bill number 36-0113, but after listening, I just want to ask you all to consider what happens to the person that comes off of a cruise ship and they purchase their liquor package. They've been drinking all day, and now they come on shore and they go to a bar. I'm just going to leave it there. I think it's opening up the business owners to a lot of litigation from other and liabilities that we don't even know can exist. But in terms of the bill I was invited to testify on, I want to ask everyone in their time to go back to Act 8682, Section 2043, Taverns and Bars Soundproofing. Section A. All owners of nightclubs, taverns, or bars within 100 feet of any church, school, or residential zoning district shall make all practical modifications to reduce sound that constitutes a noise disturbance or exceeds the noise limit as provided in Section 2042A. The language does not explicitly say soundproofing. That's number one. Number two, when we met with Commissioner Oriole, and I really wish that his department was invited to testify tonight, he was the one that pointed out to us as residents that not because how do you determine that 65 decibels and 60 decibels and 75 decibels is not an issue to a specific residence. If you are 100 feet, let's take Estate Thomas and the bars that are there, and you have the housing community right there. If you are asleep and you call the police, do you want to hear them tell you, well, the bar is within the 60 decibel or 75 decibel limit? You cannot sleep. The other thing so that's why we're asking that before you even allow them to open, ask them to soundproof and put the word specific soundproof in the law. That's what we're asking for. We didn't come tonight to say nobody didn't do the due diligence back in 2021, 22, or whatever. You know, the other thing I want to make clear, every day that DLCA, DOH, who again was not invited here, but they are part of the law, has to be called to go out. Is every day a resident is living with this noise. And that's what we're failing to understand. I am a business owner. I am. I am also a resident that like to jump up and party like everybody else. But when I go visit my godmother in Tutu, when I was a little girl coming up, I could go by her house, she used to have parties, they were fine. Now as a grown woman, when I go by her house, it's like, wow, Nanny Maxine, you really dealing with this? And ain't just now. She dealing with it for years. I don't want to put her age on the record. But let me ask her, you, in your current state, when you leave this legislature tonight and you go home, you want to hear noise? Think on my godmother. So this ain't personal to anybody. It is for relief. And I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know, like you brought that up, and we're going to be fair, we just bring all the scenarios out. When I was administrator, there's a man just preach. And he just set up sometime by Nara, or he just set up there by Bolongo. The people them used to call my office saying, otherwise, what he have to say, that they ain't acquiescing to his religion. So he was impacting the people them in the hills above him with the noise, with the sound was traveling, right? Administrator home, when they have to call the police. Police would go out, say all the man doing is praying. The people in Red Hook complain about the robberies. They complain about all illegal activities. VIPD put a solar camera out there and it'll tell you, you have a recording to tell you this is monitored by VIPD and if you see any infraction, call 911 or whatever. The people I'm in the hill, call Governor Brian, he sent me out there at night. See, go hear what that machine really saying. See how loud it is. Went out. They were loud. But they were alerting everybody what the camera is doing, the safety and everything, right? And the people in the hill were complaining. But not one call and say, but the fees. Not one. So we go, you know, I'm just saying, yes, there's abuse. But we, like my colleague to my right said, we have to find a happy medium. And I agree with you. Because people home trying to nurse babies, you know, children with disability, period, trying to keep peace. These young men pass across the house with these thunderous sounds. My heart go out to them. When the children jump out of sleep, they can't get back to sleep so easily. Same thing with adults. But we have to find a happy median in between.
Yes.
And I know the former police commissioner talked about his bill and the time frames and so forth. There's a noise ordinance time frame. But we have to see how we could tweak it. But before I could vote for these measures, we have to put some other things in there so it could be fair and across the board. And along with the rules and everything and the regulating, we have to educate. We need to have that educating campaign going on. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good evening, I should say. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I sat here attentively and listened. I listened to us comparing the Virgin Islands and many other states. But the Virgin Islands don't have an open container law. So I could jump in my car, I could have a bottle of rum, I could drink my whole bottle of rum, and I walk into your bar, your establishment. That rum ain't kicking yet, you know. Why don't drink a whole bottle? And now I take one drink from you, and I stone drunk. All of those states that we're comparing us with have open container law. If you drive in your car and you have a bottle of rum and that seal is cracked, you could be charged. In the Virgin Islands, they do nothing to you. It's okay. If you ain't drunk, the policeman ain't gonna do you nothing. You could take your bottle and drink, right? in front of the police. And there's nothing that can be done about it. And so I understand what we're trying to do here, but there's a lot more to be done before we could get this done. That open container lot, nobody want to hear it. The very tourism that come down here, they love it. Wow, you could walk in the street and have a bottle of beer and drink. Because they can't do it in 47 different states. So, what do we want to do? How do we address it? But I think it's unfair to any establishment, in some sense, where somebody could walk in and they look pretty good. The rum ain't kicking yet, you know. And because I put a bottle of rum to my head, I drunk right there and then. Come out of my car and walk into your establishment, regardless of what establishment it is, and take one drink. And when I leave there, all everybody knows is I leave this particular establishment and I put up right around the corner. Now the establishment now got to answer, well, he didn't look drunk to me. Which he didn't, because the rum ain't kicking. He just finished drinking half of it. It doesn't happen on a snap of a finger and a dime. It doesn't happen just like that. And we're going to we have to find ways to adjust both of these measures. Because the second one, the police department is in here. Commissioner Hodge, do you have enforcement people walking at night, going to bars, checking the sound? Do you guys go out at night all the time when these bars, establishments are open?
Director Francis.
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Yes, Senator, we do.
How many staff you have working at night shift?
Currently about 4 across the territory.
Across the territory. And that's why you're for the police department is a big agency that gets 90% of these calls. They're not going to call the LCA. They'll call 911. And most of the time is a policeman going to report. And when he go, they turn it down. And when he leave, they turn it back up. You talk about the neighborhoods with these songs. Right down in my neighborhood, I got one gentleman. The car that when you do the police report is about big as this. And this guy got about 200 of these. And it haven't stopped yet. Have at least 200 of these little cards. When he come, anytime he come around and he say, look, see how much of them I got? And that haven't stopped yet. That still goes on. So it's not just bar alone that have songs that disturbing people. There are people right in your neighborhood jamming music all over the night. And we have to really, I appreciate you, Commissioner Hart, with your inputs and things that you think we need to do to strengthen these measures. And I think that needs to be done before we could go forward. I really have some issues with 360113 because we don't have open container laws. It's harsh to charge establishment when sometimes they might not be at fault. Now they got to try to prove their innocence. It's hard. You put people to spend money sometime and they have no blame, none whatsoever. So I have to think clearly about it and find ways that we could tighten up these piece of measures so that it can be sound measure that are going to hold people accountable. And not just holding people accountable, but the enforcement part of it has to be very sincere, very serious. In both of these measures. In 350115,
time.
There's a lot of laws already in the book. Enforcement. And earlier today, when Mr. Van Beeble had been, I said, if everybody will just do their job, it will make this place so much better. Sometimes we over-legislate inside here. We try to tell people every single thing they have to do when it's just, sometimes it's ridiculous. Sometimes it's really ridiculous. I just hope that the sponsor will pay attention to what the commissioner offered for 360115 and 360113. We got some work needs to be done to it. And so at the appropriate time, I'll vote my conscience. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. You know, I heard the attorney talk about liability insurance being 1020 and so forth. One of the things I think in the Virgin Islands we need to look into is increasing small claims as well. Among, those are conversations we need to have. I tried it, but I was preempted. So soon it may come. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to all. Thank you all for your testimony and your responses thus far. But as I look at these two bills, and I had to do my own little notes and divert from the big package that I did with these two bills separately. But I'm looking at this from a perspective of protecting public safety while also ensuring fairness to the businesses out there. And I like the example that Ms. Francis used about someone coming off the cruise ship and already consumed. And they could look fine and go into an establishment and buy one drink, and it turns, you could see a difference. So who do we hold liable there? So I'm not opposed to the intent of the bill, but I cannot support none of them in the current form that it's in. Let's look at 36-0113. It seems to me to be an unfair and overbroad liability. And we just heard, I think the sponsor came back and talked about it's broad. So it could be any thing. So if it's broad, then we know this is overly broad. Businesses cannot reasonably determine prior alcohol consumption. I know people have gone to church already drinking. So when you go and you take communion and you tip the cup a little more, the pastor going to be liable? I don't believe so. But again, this seems to be unfair and overbroad to me. This bill creates strict liability without practical standards. Now, when I look at it from enforcement and practical issues, there's no clear definition of one overconsume or observable intoxication thresholds. I mean, how do we really determine that? The bill also actually, in my mind, places an unrealistic burden on servers and the bartenders in these businesses. Now, under the existing Virgin Islands laws, and I think it was stated earlier, Act 7485, which is known as the dram shop law. Liability already exists there for 1, serving minors, and 2, serving known habitual alcohol abusers. We are aware of this through Act 7485. Speak into the mic.
Yes, that was what Senator Sean Michael Malone did as the on-the-floor amendment.
I didn't ask for you to call a senator's name, especially when they're not here to defend themselves. I'm just asking if y'all are aware of that dram shop law, which is Act 7485, DLCA.
Yes, Senator.
So we already have the structure to address negligence, you would say?
Yes, Senator.
But this bill as written, as I'm looking at it, goes beyond negligence and clearly into speculation. Because, again, how would the server or the bartender determine this person is that drunk? And truthfully, I believe that if somebody sees somebody that drunk, I think that the bartenders would say, man, you had enough to drink. But again, we place in this liability on them. I'm looking at the increased liability, which could also cause the business to have to go get higher insurance. So we want to put small businesses out of business as well. We too have a responsibility on our own when we go out to drink. And we should first put the responsibility on ourselves. Now,
Time.
also, if I may conclude with 360115, I'm not sure if she said time or...
Continue, Senator Gittens.
360115 also seemed to be a bit redundant and overreaching for me as well. Law enforcement officers already has the authority to shut down.
No, we don't.
Although, yes, you do. It's temporary, but you have that authority already to do so under Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code. Now, and you could shut down, it says, for noise violations, disturbing the peace, and operating outside permitting hours. Now, this bill, in my estimation, again, creates duplicative authority here. Terms like, and it's so vague and subjective, terms like nuisance, threat to safety, disturbing the peace, these are broad and subjective, whereas it could lead to 1, arbitrary enforcement, and 2, unequal treatment of businesses. I really don't want to put our law enforcement officers on this line. Officers are already trained to assess in real time. All our law enforcement officers, whether DLCA, DPNR, the VA, Supreme Court, Superior Court, even the legislature, Capitol Police, all of them go through the same law enforcement certification. So they have that authority. And again, I'm saying, I see that you don't agree that they have that authority, but they do. Once those areas that I outline, if it's a disturbance, they have that authority to do so. If you go there and there's a heap of fighting and whatnot that's spilling out into the streets and whatnot, you can shut it down. If it's, we've been there and done that. So am I being told now that I was violating people's civil rights when I shut down? I could name you bars and establishment that I have shut down right here in the territory, not just on St. Croix. You want to respond?
Yes. Point of clarification. I was speaking about DLC shutdown. DLC officers don't have automatic shutdown. We have to go through the administrative process to offer due process.
Yes, you do. That's for the permanent shutdown. But again, law enforcement officers across the territory has that authority to do so. It's a matter of public safety. In the middle of the night, we ain't got no time to be calling a judge and calling somebody else to say, hey, hell breaking loose in this place. Shut it down. We have done that. And like somebody said a few minutes ago, just do your job. We have a lot of bills, a lot of laws on the books currently that we just don't have enforcement. And I would like to see Director Francis get the manpower that he truly needs to have people out there. I'm not going to sit there tonight to ask him how much manpower you have, what schedule they on, and things like that, because I could really challenge it. He just don't have that luxury to be out there, especially Friday through Sunday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Nova Lee Francis, Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, do you have the ability to issue PSAs in regards to some of these concerns that we're talking about, especially in light of loud music, I guess residents' rights and their ability to call and make reports. I get calls quite often about the residents over in Queen Street, Frederickstead, right across the street, about loud music. There are documentation that have been made. I know that shutting down may be drastic, but at least, that there be brought in at some point for administrative hearing to kind of control what's going on and just be good neighbors. I think, do you have the ability to issue PSAs? Is that something that we need to perhaps provide additional funding to support? Because I think it's so critical for the public to know their rights as well as businesses to know their responsibility.
That is correct. We do have the ability to issue PSAs.
Okay. Have you issued any PSAs in regards to noise pollution, residents' rights, business responsibility in those areas?
In some sort of way, we have citizens' rights and responsibilities. I'm not sure, but we have issued press releases and PSAs on the noise ordinance.
One thing Ms. Rashida Francis talked about is the frustration by, especially our senior community where, they're sitting and have to endure these loud music, the vehicles, bars and restaurants or whatever that may be causing, this loud music. So I think everybody just needs to understand their rights and responsibility, the times that's allowed for this to occur, so that we don't have that level of frustration going on either way.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Before I go to the bill sponsor, I'd like to ask Mr. Hodge a question for you. In your businesses, your establishment, there are signs up, not just yours, though. In most establishments, alcohol, about underage, about a particular age, and so forth. Where do you get that sticker from?
I want to say DLCA. We get it from
DLCA. So,
Yeah.
Commissioner Hart, do your team still distribute those stickers? Or we need a update?
Yes, we do.
You still
No update necessary. We have recently updated those posters, and we do generate it to the establishment when they do come in for alcohol license.
and those who also sell tobacco?
I don't think I know.
No, I'm just asking if there's one, whether it's one or not for alcohol, and there's a separate one for tobacco or cigarettes, whatever the case may be.
So that's not distributed by DLCA. I think that might be health.
Health. But the alcohol one is DLCA.
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. Because I know earlier this year you and I was working on some legislation, especially about not just shutting down, but putting fines and things in place for businesses that knowingly sells alcohol to underage individuals. So, before full revocation, we were talking about, we have some amendments and so forth in place about fines, like 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 for those who knowingly sell alcohol to underage individuals. All right?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Correct. All right. We'll go to the bill sponsor. Senator Carlo Joseph, recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues and testifiers, I want to thank each one of you for waiting out the long day to stay and give testimony. Media, I want to bring up a video that one of the persons who was sitting here shared with me regarding an incident right there, not more than 100 feet from where they live, regarding the noise in their area located in Canton. This is Mr. Cricky. Could you please play it for me, please? Okay, thank you so much, media. That is what our residents are enduring. That is the level of lack of enforcement. And that is why I propose this measure 36-0113, because in fact, we have legislation. Yes, I voted in favor of the noise pollution that is now, I believe, Act number 8692. However, the measure does not go far enough. And I really want to thank the commissioner for really feeding into and finally answering. I wish I had the good relationship that you have with the chairman to be able to have that working relationship, even though I was one of your biggest champions. And I hope that we could strengthen our relationship so that when I bring these legislation, we would already have talked and worked out some of the kinks. But I know I wasn't a part of the administration. But anyhow, I just want to thank you for being here and for actually putting forward some really salient recommendations. And like I said, I have submitted them to legal counsel for consideration. Colleagues, I value your diligence and in looking at the measures, but something has to be done. It can't continue as we have before and having our families and neighborhoods adversely affected, and people can't sleep at night, as well as having persons being injured from consuming alcohol, and then they are in fact injuring people and driving drunk. No, somebody has to be accountable, and I'm not opposed to strengthening it, but someone needs to be accountable for the lives and suffering of our people. So at the proper time, I will offer a motion. I'm not going to waste any more person's time because time is of value, to hold both bills in committee when that time comes, based on what I'm hearing from my colleagues, that this bill is going to require more work, and I value their input.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the bill sponsor for her last statement there. You know, good policy must be enforceable, fair, and clearly defined. And the video that was just shown is clear that there's a lack of enforcement. That has nothing to do with the bills that we have before us, and nothing to do with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs in itself. As a law enforcement officer, I mean, if I was an active duty law enforcement officer, that I would have shut down immediately. And the courts would have to define, come with the end result. But we got to stop fearing to enforce because we already have a prejudged mind as to what the judge is going to say. A lot of these things are on the books and are just simply not being enforced. But I'll wait for the motion, and I'm willing to work alongside the bill sponsor if she wants to work on this a bit more. I do have some suggestions that I think we can work it, but as currently presented, I'm unable to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Mr. Cookie, you wanted to weigh in on something?
Yeah, that video that I took is one of many videos that I have. That it's after 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. You call the police come, you shut them off. As soon as they drive off, they start it up again. And this is usually with the big cars, because the people that are there just have a patio. They don't have an enclosure part that they have. They just have the actual patio. So on weekends, they bring these big cars with these huge speakers, and of course it's turned towards the hill. I live up on the hill, and it echoes right into your house. The time that you could sit on your porch and have a nice evening with dinner or whatever with your family is lost because all you can hear is this boom, boom, boom noise all night. But it's very difficult, you know, and that's just one video that I submitted out of maybe 12 videos. I stopped going down there now and taking videos because I feel like it was a waste of time after so many done. But relentless times, I called the police. I wrote letters to all the people in licensing and consumer. They have responded. I think now they're tired of hearing from me, so they don't respond. The last few times they haven't responded. So I think they're just tired now. Oh, here's Cricky again sending a letter. So I think they just stopped responding now. But it's, you know, it's hard, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
You want to give a 30-second closeout?
Thank you. You know, a lot was said today. The last video that was showed that have nothing to do with Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We don't license vehicles. Although if the officers, DLC officers are working in the evening with the VIPD, they can address something like that, but no way, no how that vehicle has a license for us to revoke or do anything with it. I just want to say in closing, the DLC supports the intent of both of these measures. However, there are areas that would benefit further clarification. Bill number 36-0115 is not about stopping harm quickly. It is not about punishing businesses, but it does, DLC just wants compliance and not closure. It gave us a temporary authority to close a habitual offender and provide some remedy for the community. I want to thank you, the 36th Legislature, for the opportunity to discuss these very important issues. Thank my boss, Governor Albert Bryan, and the Brian Roach administration for the leadership. And I would be remiss if I don't recognize and thank the dedicated staff of the DLCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Mr. Pate, 30 seconds.
I thank this honorable body for looking into the overservice of alcohol. For the example of the cruise ship people are not driving.
Yes, they do.
The bill covers people who are driving. So I had such a hard time on that one because cruise ship people, no matter how much you drank, they don't have a car. They go back on the ship. But anyway, the point is to protect innocent family members and to look at 47 states that have these laws and to hopefully use one state that would fit for the Virgin Islands. We could just copy it out of their code so that if innocent family members are hurt, that there is some civil deterrence to that. Thank you.
Mr. Cricky, you want to close out?
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I wanted to respond to the commissioners.
No. Give your close out.
Oh, okay.
We ain't going to go back and forth. Just give your close out, please.
Okay, no, I want to thank everybody for seeing my video and feeling, you know, what the residents go through on a daily basis, not only in content, but in Anna's Retreat and other areas, you know, and it's really, it's heartbreaking when you can't sit down in your house anymore and just have a quiet evening, you know? That's all I really want to say.
Ms. Francis?
Thank you for having me here this evening to represent the residents of Anna's Retreat, Tutu, Hidden Valley, Estate Thomas Bovoni. I just want to say that we have to be careful with what we want the end goal to be and who we truly are representing. We can sit and laugh and make mockery at certain things, but at the end of the day, if you're going to penalize someone for an offense, like giving someone a drink and not doing due diligence to determine if they were too drunk before you gave them the drink, then you have to understand the point of entry in which that drinking started. So I've been on cruises. I know that you can buy a drink package and drink all night long. You don't know from when I was drinking. I think some assumptions are being made that people will go to sleep, wake up, do other things, and then start casual drinking. You don't know. But I'm not here to debate that. I am here to represent the residents for bill number 36-0115. I just want to ask everyone to please keep in mind that Act number 8682 exists, and bill number 36-0115 addresses a portion of the problems with the existing act. My godmother, her friends, the residents, thank you all for finally giving them a voice and an opportunity to voice their concerns as a collective. Everyone have a good evening and get home safely.
Thank you. Nori, godmother Maxine, Auntie Sandy, everybody know. Rashida was here today. Mr. Hodge, you got the last lick.
I got the last lick, and I ain't going to tip for that, but cruise ship passengers do drive, all right? They do Jeep tours, do buggy tours. They drive all the time when they get here, particularly on St. Thomas. But I understand the plight of the some of the neighborhoods. Like I said, this body might want to reconsider some of the stuff you give variances to. But with that said, ever since COVID, the majority of people that go out for a social activity want to go outdoors. I own 2 establishments. I have way more traffic at the outdoor one than the indoor one because people don't want to be in confined spaces since COVID. They don't want to wear a mask, but they don't want to be inside. They want to be outside. So find a compromise. The legislature that Senator Noble Francis had, he and I debated about that back when he did it. Because I still believe that in St. Thomas, there's no place for outdoor event to happen that doesn't impact a community. But with that, I like his use of decibels. Whether you want to change the decibels or whatnot, that's objective. That gives you a standard to work towards. Subjectivity in legislation is no good. It can't be just what the person think versus what the other person think with no way of measuring it. Subjectivity is no good in the law. That's called flawed legislation, right? So, I thank you for the time and thank you for your effort.
All right, at this time I'll excuse all the testifiers. Motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to hold bill number 36-0113, an act amending Title 8 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, to assess liability on businesses that serve intoxicating beverage to patrons that have overconsumed the beverage in committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Bill number 36-0113, an act amending Title 8 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, to assess liability on businesses that serve intoxicating beverages to patrons that have overconsumed the beverages, has been properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca. Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes. Yes.
Senator Gittins.
Yes.
Yay. Senator
Yes.
Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Bill number 36-0113, an act amending Title 8 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, to assess liability on businesses that serve intoxicating beverages to patrons that have overconsumed the beverages, has been voted upon favorably in this committee to be held in Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection until a call of the chair.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Bill number 36-0115, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter I, Section 304, authorizing the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to physically close a business when it finds that the business is causing a nuisance, presents a threat to safety, or is disturbing the peace, be held in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection at the call of the chair. I so move.
Second.
Properly, Bill number 36-0115, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 3, Subchapter I, Section 304, authorizing the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to physically close a business when it finds that the business is causing a nuisance, presents a threat to safety, or is disturbing the peace, has been properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call.
Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0115, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter I, Section 304, authorizing the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to physically close a business when it finds that the business is causing a nuisance, presents a threat to safety, or is disturbing the peace, was held in the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection until the call of the chair. I'd like to take this time to thank all my colleagues, members, non-committee members. It's been a long day, a productive day. Again, the first set of bills we had in here today was a much-needed conversation. We talked about giving lottery autonomous powers, and we find out there's some more work need to be done there. We talked also about we were able successfully to move forward with amendments. The ACI, we were successful to pass the incinerator bill this morning. That was bill number, 36-0232, an act amending Act number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incinerators, for other purposes as amended. Hearing some other amendments is coming. I'd like to thank the bill sponsor, Senator Joseph, and myself, sponsor Senator Avery Lewis. We had a resolution here today honoring Stephen Van Bever that was successfully passed. Then we had two other bills 360113 and 360115. Both were held in the committee. We do understand the intent of the bill sponsor, Senator Joseph. Great work on the bill. We all will work along together to strengthen it and move forward. At this time, I'd like to thank media. I'd like to thank Sergeant at Arms, Ms. Ottley, the entire legislative staff. I'd like to thank my staff, Ms. Watley, Ms. Michael. Thank you for sticking it out with me. One more night, another long evening. There being no further business to come before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, this meeting is hereby adjourned. God bless and peace and love to the people of the Virgin Islands.